What's up, Fox Thunder? What's up, Finra? Focusing on the joy. We've talked a lot about different subjects. We've got kind of deep down in there. Got sad, shared terror, tears. But one thing that's been hitting me for the past 48 hours is not just a reminder of the energetical rhythm of joy, to be happy, to be joyous for the coming together of a multitude of people in ways that connect back through our roots. I think that's where a lot of individuals wind up losing the joys because they don't see the whole, they don't see everybody. And that joy is important. That joy, that passion. It shines through every dark moment. So for my brothers, for my sisters, for my family that has survived through more than one lifetime, if you know how to meditate, I encourage you to do so. Though a lot of what I share in the preceding moments is for bringing our family together. I love you. Circle now, I conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know, and with the mighty one shall show a guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy sphere, to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us to give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gathered nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee, loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword. We ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness and day and night, I bid you collide, to rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their paws and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of wind, Baal, fight the blight, this be darkened night in our right. Zekia Kampazi, Anakampazi, Dingakia Kampazi, Dingatanakampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renosi sekiu was a puto, right ahead, Hirusha, and to Sirukai Korikutishin, you must maha, or to give us a toza, if you to who deep shakins, Asara men. Un Bashira Matayas walk, Vashomanatayas walk, Nunani, Nurana, Nurana, Doom, Vamon Shanshin Shro, Manishanaya, and Teriasu walk, Omishanaya, Yantrayasu Baha, Engon Prambim onde Tarapashita no Suwak, onde Trashi Yatra, Shivaranas Vaha, Rura de Rurada de Rurada de Roda, King of the Shong Kanking Kron, Hong Shangshin Chron, on Hayabasharamata Suwakum, Hayabashamanatayas Vaha, Aha, Zaha, Raymond Kronking Kron, Onamakushana Marabana, Namahasamanta Vash Harum Ham, who hay Hiurigululululululula Hringon Kanking Kron, Unagana Miyasu Wako Manamia Yamayazbaha, E Wawi, Shringon Kanking Kron. On Hino Kashiran Kaparais Wakum Jorki, Chadogi Batis Baha, Nunanino Nunan, Kringon Pong, on Shiti Bataris Wakum, Shijai Baratayas Vaha. Humong cranking groom, unara pasano suwago manakari, buba pivo boom, bear, borg, borg, bear, borg, borg, obo, bear, ongamen, Prognosi secure saputura de het kerusha henzu serukai kor kotishen was maha pratuki beset tolsai pizza to woody shokins and asarmen para shokushu para turu girma kabala mamu la bo po gena rabo bolu karana para liku sharu bakstana bala saru ba preku in velulu mosha nebo paru you can come on velulu kugola har he gor but ishu kila bo o girma mashe upursuluma bo maruka rage siku ke kampra namru bakram si ukinu gimi lanu shaju shamashanana sarunim barmaratu sisi mashinana aruna ramangi dumutuku ratakiki lugulu si dur kinman kai kole si kornene ke korne beru der ke karina talaku paru tuku tuku kaku maskar zana sakari mashti sharu mala baka kadaglu kadar marata kar bolu maru tuku rakorius sarulu parmaskim tutu dari kukim luga dari mengkiam paru tuku nara galar gara mandinga panwar bisu saruli muna bana tatu sari masa karanu sulu malan tarbao kibir balai na tarmadu daga tuku masa masti sore masa no kursu kori masa dor sesera peti kuba para suzukan pa luga lap tu mura ni bo yar kingu barati mu aru kakuramu vinu wam kashti. We are Esau Northwest, whom is found perfect before the Nathanumadel Kamayel Shednu. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also novus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with a body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nethanumadab. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose bow is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciliator with the eternal Nethanumadab. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Astuhuri Samakarara Sara Kapta Karpowi and Albo, or in Ori, Sotsabo, Herupu, and Temtu Kapta Nunever Tashar, Karpuin, so Hojarmija Jentu, and Esratinative Netari Tam to Huarti to Armetu Netarum Hayabarni to Abarni to. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all said our heart is keen from darkness to be released to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with Aru's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinamet Donket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Aronovatus will confirm. Lady Olset and Neb also Abi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Liliki Milinus Kiri Staxare Pertumarticuli Turkni Ishli Biala Lua Meshi Kalameshi Shari Lusa Yanse Yamiga Rohatu Jirsha Isayari Agari Agabi Esha Biesha Jirika Jirika Tupiera Laka Isaya Uri Galimutuku Kimakutri Litili Shamie Nazumria Isayena you Yena Zumbria de Gayena Zumbria Piesha Yena Zumbria Siri Gayena Zumbria Tupiera Ina Zumriata, Kayana Zumriata Tara, Ina Zumriata Dexi, Ina Zumriata Karuba, Ina Zumriata Sarnica, Nish Mash Captulu Tamatunu Nish, and Keeper Gibrelu Tamatunu Nish, Maruk Mashalani Lutamatunu Nish, Kishwa Kamikunu Lutamatunu, Ina Zumria Lutaprasama, Ya, Runani, Pat, Nani, Paperik, Bagabae, Zagabor, Bagabaez, Bagabaez, Bagabor, Agabor, Bagabaez, Agabaez, Paperik, Badaning, Bardunani, Ayayayar, Corbor, Yarin, Baegara, Rim, Baegur, Ki, Yaksakaki, Azagduki, Eki, Asaru, Eki, Katulu, Yaya. Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarukaniya Hrim Hrim Vatvaha. Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Mem Vajravarukaniya Hrim Hrim Vatvaha. Om Shrim Hrim 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 Mem Vajravarukaniya Hrim Hrim Vatvaha. Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Mem Vajravarukaniya Hrim Hrim Vatvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Mem Vajravarukaniya Hrim Hrim Vatvaha. Om Shrim Hrim Shrim Hrim Mem Vajravarukaniya Hrim Hrim Vatvaha. Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Mem Vajravarukaniya Hrim Hrim Vatvaha. And Ushuvangi Gapsuki Sharika Goshaka Sora Marayating Guru Kalamasani Kuting Gornina Kulu Naxaran Kukariash Kumur Kutu Ziana Kampaziki Kampagalu Baranam Tarbara Shakbaraki Kimba Lord Barata Lord Bara Maskim Bora Dukbara Ibabara Latu Bara La Subara Koru Bara Orukubara Kekolor Bara Lili Tubara Tu Soladina Zula La Soladina Zugi Kim Soladina Zumula Soladina Zudin Yasadina Zu Maskim Soleri Nazu Bara Eri Nazu Siana Kapasi Kia Kampa Musik Sigar Bara Yeni Nagisa Shor Gishor Masha Zigar Bara Ye Zigar Shubana Isi Shara Maziga Namsa Yin Yore Sharki Ugu Akbar Nubub Diarom de Sarasa Vitor Mana Yaman Yarvar Tinariana Saji Sirsana Sani Vista Kiora Wan Makulu Kura Bar Kari Hari Haran Maya Papu Dorsanka Karanam Skaran Mantra Home Yartam home Rimer Yanam home Soya Yartam home Rimer Nam home from Kokarianam home Pusetam home from Kakar Maraya Namha home Marikarianam home from Marikayartam home frames of Pitranam home from Kokarianam home Pascaranam home from him from sorry for sorry Yani Yanam Hafala Yasas Namaskaranya Karwanta Dine I oppression Palam Peram Desam Kajayarte on Krim Hong Krim Heru or Hong Krim Bong Shemashakashapia Kashapia Mush Tapishtia Kimatino Kuroshula Rimli Shuli Zurubula Duku Epita Shurtum Kimamerna Tuinati Kelutushunoli Mutuma Nakulu Shunulini Shurma Nakulu Dinin Shunuliti Shurma Nakulu Tari Karama Shaluti Shakashaki Sharbushi Pushu should be Yorki should be using or Coco Sharba Bang. Gibikera Gibil Kishu, Umani and Dukushtia Lani Galiani or Mani Arki Kisporiasi Yazi Ringar Karakam Pagin Kimoru Korsamito Shabu Banana Shamtorivana Kishbarabaki Bilbagi Arasi Aka Kampak Kambat Lurno Shariulim Kunushi Shariuli Korbushi Shariulini X Kunushi Shariuli X Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariuli Katin Kunushi Shariu Yudanuali Kunuli Kutina Zumli Gali Utaprasama Agamasaratu is Masarati Sharmoshi Churu Shishali Izizana Mayalani Raputi Shimayada Bada Pidina Dina Loti Limba Osekunushi Alani Mushirti Yamasarati is Masarati Bites Masaratu it's Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Yaraboni Shimashkori Yamasaratu Zi Kiakampaba Kolomonetki Ashatabara Masaratu Para Vishnu Om Klim Visnada Vietnam Home Sam Kumberari Vietnam Hadu Mutev Kupera Nebakoro Rompli Viratu Bumi Devia Metal Dumutev Nukseke Rumari Wakina Netep Esorem Tari Nekepta Sukori Kerte Sepsen Marsidu to Sotarata Tisan Home Hamisanari Atnamha Omiamindra Atnamha Kopislov and Traum Teshos Taku Agnaya Metal Kopislov Nukseke Sakana one absec. Kentucky Wexaka Karte Karane Kambek Ta Neki Sori Serte Seruna Pek Markola Kutulu Tataraga Omna Magnari Yatnamha Omam Yamari Yatnamha Happy Yatma Oma Saratu Taraya Baran Happy Nuk Happy Sekasare Naonam Sekta Tesek Tek Ori Nuk Nek Erte Ek Katana Nek Terta Mormatu Yanu Yanelenti Raksasom Sam Raksasari Yatnam Home from Farunari Yatnam Haim set Faruna Home Fayuta to Sermalari Yametan himself no himself Seki Sari Unam Sexuruna Peg Mensepsunu Duini Kupitera Mautunra Teser Ziding and Capacity Yarkia Capazebeo by Yam Vayor Vietnam Parsiri Morkola Moromuru Mormatu Ziding and Capacity Yarkia Campotu Sorata Guru Tata Krakra Azaguti Takala Yaru Yan Yorian Gisampeo Rim Pramar Namha Pramu Nambuha Omaxata to over Tesseraya Metan Capranu Pacapram Capra 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 Capru Capra Capru the Menket Capra Shakaparam Panambra Molulu Azaguti Takala Neshat Nabuma Jojata Usaramasat Amio get to the second certain to Nebanadu Devmesu Par Om Hrim Pom Surya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Chandraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Mankariyat Namaha Om Shrim Pampuriyat Namaha Om Hrim Brahm Praspatiyat Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Shukurayat Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Samshanachariyat Namaha Om Hrim Robert Namaha Om Hrim Ketuvyat Namaha Japkushum Samkar Shamkashe Piyamaha Dairhim Tamorim Sarvapagna Pranotisim Divakaram Dari Shankatushar Bam Kishurur Rana Vasampavam Namami Shishatnam Sumam Shambur Mugu Tabu Shartam Dharani Garbasam Putam Vedyu Karti Samaprabham Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamakaram Pranamamiam Priyangu Kalika Sharamam Rupertam Pratimam Purham Sumyam Sumya Guram Pertam Tamburham Pranamamiam Devaram Chara Isher Nam Chagurum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Butam Prilu Kesham Tam Namami Priaspatim Himakuntam Rina Lapam Dyanam Paramam Gurum Sarva Sasra Pravataram Barikavam Pranamamiam Nilanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Akraja Chajarya Matanda Sambor Tam Tam Namami Shani Sara Matar Karyam Mahaberyam Chandanika Vimarlam Samika Garba Sambur Tam Tam Rahum Pranamami Palasham Pusrasan Kasham Taraka Grahamastakam Rarum Rarum Guram Tam Ketum Pranamami Amom Brahma Morari Tripuran Kari Panu Shashi Bumi Suta Barasha Guru Shak Sukra Shari Ketu Sarvakraha Mama Supra Paratam Kurume Shanti Om Parabor Sporam Tata Vitor Variamal Color Patiati Imadio Pratraya Don Tatswaha Variam Tatswaha Nansi Namrasi Tiasini Yana Basa Mankana Saya Kiakampa Magabaki Yana Kampa Mashrika Nana Isia Kampa Yamagi Yagamagi Takastena Kia Stakalois Nabuguru Nabu Nabu Corios Morcorios Yasur Turi Yankarku Yasir Nabu Morsasi Fornius Campasol Sakashin Talas Campa Nabu Sataratos Campa Yagash Yasash Yakoloman Yash Yamakali Study Badi Yakusher Yayana Yanor Yashta Baba Marcha Karen Yara Milo Yakshir Study Kanpa Nanas Yarma Kampa Bizarma Kampa Yaya Beshi or Solur Shimashuru Yartur Yaya Zolur Shizatamani Yaya Saria Ataria Upatala Katamarki Yakampa Zidindoru Yakampa Zidindorustu Yakampa Zira Rakushi Bella Lukanpa Yarstakampa Yana Kormasabaru Narkomasabaru Yana Korea Sian Karikampa Yanga Yanika Yazidin Yarni Yakanpa Yakantala Matia Tarakampa Marukumun Padu Sagala Yagaria Makama Bornesh Yamaruku Yatuku Sorim Suborim Sarim Sagarim Aksana Kana Maleo Kurku Nip Kamanu Yardu Yandara Yazi Partu Baruku Belderiku Baga Kampa Belziag Zag Bazag Baron Noiseli Ganushuki Gatsuki Sharga Gosha Ramada Yadinguru Kalamasini Putingarni Nab Kuryu Nexorin Kukaria Shakmuku Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Ramerti Rame Rame Maro Rame Sastor Nam Fatoria Ram Naham Parnat Neum Vinaya Katya Namha Omaganatarya Berhamari Vakrandaria Di Mahitano Nandi Prachudaya Vakatunda Mahakarya Sori Korti Samaprapa Niorguanam Kurume Deva Sarva Korye Shusar O Maharaja Vashrusi Savara Sarva Jahum Pamhur Kineshwaranam Charindi Varin Home Hum Namafu Om Hrim Grum Namo Bhagavati Vartari Varhamuki Antartini Nam Harunda Rundini Nam Jambe Jambini Nam Hamo Hemohini Stambini Nam Hasarva Dusta Prarusa Ham Sarvesiam Sarva Vark Sirhasak Chor Mukati Chivastambaram Kurukuros Kuram Pasyamim Grum Taha Umasraya Hatswaha Ani Mane Mamane Shira Sharita Shabi Taisata Mukuta Bishabi Atabi Sobi Shabi Shaya Genis Shabi Darani Oroke Bashari Nebite Aventara Nebita Tana Reshugai Kure Arade Shugasha Sanamai Body Pekiri Chitre Tarum Harvi Share Tesogena Kushara Basha Shurai Matara Shara Orodo Urukashara Shataya Paramanaya Taria Zara Makara Zara Uke Mukiari Hate Gene Chi Arinari Tunari Aranabi Kunabi Akina Kori Kadari Sanadi Matui Chukori Bodo Shariachi Debi and Debi Roke Taki Tuke Atandai Tara te tana kushare tara shurare hachi borhasene sarubarani batani sarubasha batani shubatani soya habishani soya nikyavdani soya hagya rai tereda soya tura dorate sarubasayu mashikya randai sarubasaru mashor serte sarubasaru de kuyo ushara yatoyi rai shirapikya randai te Anya manya mane mamane sira karite sama samita visata mukta mukta tama sama ava sama jaya ksaya Santa Samita Darana Yologia Besada Petka Pixarat Nini Hidu Abiatari Nivi Stay Abiatarin Parisuri Ukule Mukula Yarari Parari Sukansia Sama Bure Berukita Dharma Parixita Samganar Kustani Nagoni by Visutani Matro Manrexayar Teruta Rukasalari Aksaya Partaya Bakula Baudra Manin and Tais Baha Shwara Mahashwara Upik Dupik Muk Ara Bartanatravati Vitini Sitini Notani Notabatis Baha Atate, Vanate, Nari Kunaris Baha, Gari Kanari, Surade Matagi, Pukasi, Sakuli, Prusari, Sisis Baha, Itimate, Heru, Baha, Adana Pati, Dana Batani, Dana Kusari, Dan Sarhari, Pari, Buddha Passage, for Sabatani, Avatani, some Potani, some Parixit, some Nergotati, Tama Parixit, Sauda Sudu, Surakarte. Simepikaritia Nubati Patani Patalis Vaha Sasakam Sahu Ong Hong Chong Ong Tong Gong Ping So Ong Gong Bring Gong Bisor Gong Hong Chom Ong Hung Shring Haringara Ring Ong Heru Sor Hara Hong Pam Tum Mong Grung Glung Punking Glung Punking Glung Bang Bong Chonging Strong Chonging Strong Kring Ming Bang Tum Chonging Strong Shring Haring Hara Rao Hong Yaru was sort Wang King Song Ing Bong Do Dainichi Naora Pashatatu Bahamashuku Naira Maxobi Homo Shu Naora Nasam Batra Mira Naora Tretesha Hara Hum Foku Shu Naora Moga Hara Sera Yokushina Naora Mahuru Katali Matangis Baha Bushit and Bushno Namo Bagabarne Usnisayo Brodus Borus Alatisa Seru Hara Sarbata Sarhadines Baha Show Kanjis by Bosus Umlo Lakes Baha Zishi Bosus Tam Jasas Baha Taro Bosus Unama Samata Bukharam Corona or Babet Tadenis Baha Sechusan and Kanjis by Bosu Bashra Darmat he Parto Kanjis by Bosu Mantru Baba Humpats Baha George and Kanjis by Bosu Omaha Kurun Kagis Baha Juntai Kanjis by Bosu Kare Kondis Baha Nordin Kanjis by Bosu Parne Sermali Swallow Home Concourse at home Bashra Sarfa Arnia Bosu die Shuk Tabijari Baha Fortune Bosus Samis one Monjo Bosus Manamakania Boroku Bosus Tres Bahaji or Bosus Haha Pesmarius Baha Kokor Sword Bosus Namor Catholic or Mario Malika Mario Mulis Bahani Colo Bosus Ripiotis Baha Colo Bosus Come Barius Baha for Lord Mayo Lamas Manta Bashram Kanamorosanas Votaria Home Tratham O Santa my own son bad nation home Shashram Pat Kun Dorik my own after whom Tay turku my own Sri Kala Rupa home comes Baha Concord Yasha my own Vashra Yaksahu Aizen my own Maharaka Vashros Lisa Vashra Sarva Shahum Pam Kujaku my own Marura Quantus Baha Santo Porginum Compais Baha Concord Zam Kunguin Vashrak Saranja Hums Baha Serin Shidorshi Janasis Baha Kuchi Kukutan Trasra Rara Pramarans Baha Zoltottenom Verodax Yaxi Betais Vaha Como Gutrom Veropax and Ang Betais Vaha to Moltenom Visrobanius Vaha Benzaitinom Sarasvakis Vaha Dago Gutenom Scalarius Vaha Hichi Jotenom Hasri Vaha Caritai Mom to the Mari Haritis Vaha Daikini Tenomrias Vaha Marchitenom Marcis Vaha Desho Pankitenom Rigahums Vaha Om mem bram brahar nam ser har ye bram mem hartum vermanar ye virmahi haran karpariya der mahi tanom brahma prachodaya rom chatur mukari virmahe mesro dalkya der mahi tanom brahma prachodaya rom mem hrim shrim krim sosa jarakam brahmaum bram prachachar nam pratar mam prustat vi marta prusho venapaha guru brahma guru vishnu guru shiva guru devo mahaswara guru sakshat param brahma toshme shri gurve namaha Úsek nebhet ket Vintiam kai bitna hohor or roti arfium ketne bolset kesu tu nezur karti half pasti haro tu yorem snef or them besekne mahartan mius or tiu tu ar benti mar tu hororo karniu shar keru ne keru karmeti ar te bevsera keru ne beru se kriu na babu ne tim sabu ariam above I hu char behi ne heb call ne heb ne fur chesar te para hachabu Troam prim tor se você floridi andredi vinci torvinter ner moda marti serche per vig altro nori termen hero mots skeletons kjord beaf biori art gjordov frin Fredai vorti frierta fri verteg vitorgis vierta henges el kors verteg sviertag verdeg botom prean froter of roti froven we garviskar vier säker och songs skjorfredle skjorlungskerfi sermengen kvian kingskerfjuna fara haran horan korn kusren kuroski orni befriendis vier ras vietri orgi ort fjordnir Erfgerðnes fógun frá fjóm motor slidur hreipsregen virreitergjörf nospelni folheimele bakalgin gelmelo dulma bori bon beste ordin vele vesud mongom melgelmiro ostri vestri nordri sudri min korasator norfi night nagla fori or släpp ner allår i återring har ser teskin faxer hinfax i binder där i slune solorba als vin bier hjorkil bier gier Seriksi mur vid fenskor hatti hodvitsen Jahren wie die Juritar Burgret Schempfinger Mozart Nierdori Nieti Nutri Sudri Ustri Pestri Artiu Borlin Nornen Nerpingen Before Vorbumbo Nori Orio Nor Oin Morfi Nervi Gandalf Windart Dorten Viel Kili Furnin Palisur Troin Tekli Vir när Regardsvin Drovner Doglar Sverige Hårhags Frari Raidolf Groin Dori Ori Dufan Pari Hefti Firi Horsjar I år väljer Lufarskiber Firi Per Skarpi I Alf Arginski for Frosti Fingi Nori Agbrazier Werfartendis God Predar Beker Lider Himin Piu Vareski God reeds kerkemli orfim adling weebling grasweeg spaashoed spaasling wijnloorni pins vova saras neer rotin free loti. Polserostalta diane kata demeter kali nanna kichi marni tom borbor vaswa hatas vitor varian barkolto varsia firma hitio no prachudayar gong gong geng gong krang krang kong bong gong kong shrink dong gang tang bong. Ummananatayartam Homer Sayartam Homakarayartam Homakalukarayatam Homami Pikaramariatam Homanisitariatam Homaravantariatam Hom Venukurabariatam Hom Vishnu Priyayatam Hom Parasutayartam Hom Karamariatam Hom Pisadarayatam Hom Sasariatam Hom Sutrusudariatam Hom Saparamantariatam Hom Apratinukradinianam Hom Amitikarariatam Hom Akaravasapanayatam Hom Amarhis Pastudayartam Hom Arguro Pariyatam namaha, Varayat Namahum Vasukariya Namahum Varaparaya Karya Namaha, Vanakaraya Namahum Vasavarandaniya Namahum Vasudevariya Namaha, Varavisikarya Namahum Viparasadine Namahum Varitakamaniya Namahum Tamorupariya Namaha, Dabrikariya Namahum Darindaraya Namahum Yuga Kasmajaya Namahum Kararupariya Namaha, Piripariya Namahum Yugadaraya Namahum Rasmapatariya Namahum Ramikatraya Namaha, Keswapriya Namahum Visvambaraya Namahum Sakaparaniya Namahum Sakarparariya Namaha, Sambupripaya Namaha, Saranariya Namahum Panakarisariya Namaha, Paprasariya Namahum Pramadariya Namahum Prakararia Namahum Bhaktapasya Namaha, Bhakiskariya Namahum Barusarasat Namahum Baruskaraniya Namaha, Bavipisaraya Namahum Taskariya Namahum Lokasarisaria Namaha, Shivariya Namahum Veravariya Namahum Pranariya Namahum Punyaya Namahum Punyakatariya Namaha, Parasaya Namahum Parakariya Namahum Niskalariya Namahum Parapariya Namaha, Katukut Kariya Namahum Srasaya Namahum Santariya Namaha, Tantariya Namahum Vari Manaraya Namaha, Savapujaya Namahum Savakaraya Namahum Nerasiyaya Namahum Nerajanaya Namaha, Marapatariya Namahum Saraniya Namahum Savaraya Kariya Namaha, Janajaya Namahum Avakariya Namahum Vatarupariya Namaha, Tamoharaya Namahum Yogisvaraya Namahum Karanaya Namaha, Valariya Namahum Brahmakarine Namahum Sakaranda Karaya Namahum Jitukurahariya Namaha, Jivariya Namahum Jayadaya Namaha, Japapriya Namahum Visvarupariya Namahum Virusariya Namahum Virusram Studyaya Namaha, Sraya Pariya Namahum Pranadariya Namahum Visnutapariya Namaha, Kutariya Namahum Kutariya Rariya Namaha, Narvasraya Namahum Ratapusariya Namahum Pushankariya Namahum Parivupariya Namaha, Sarisupariya Namaha, Sakarupariya Namahum Karivushumbotariya Namahum Maravapikariya Namahum Sasumrara Variya Namaha, Fani Ravi Busariya Namahum Nagasraya Namaha, Tram Pagamashama Hesukum Dim Pusti Varhara Morta Rukami Vaparatmut Yor Muksheri Yatem Namaha, Rim Hum Chum Chum Krum Kruma Kuchi Shum Krum Krum Shim Shrim Hum Shrim Shum Krum Kucherika, Krum Hum Mamarea Griforana Nukurwasken Holeum Skrayat Namaha, Shrim Hrim Pasramete Isukrais. Vinayogama Sriti Pitrika Mantra Siksapa Pramorasi Pratichanda Sriti Pitrika Dapatum Visham Spaha Sakti Partilaka Sriti Pitrika Prijartham Japa Vinayoga Rasari Nayasam Kasyapa Pramara Sar Namaha Sarasi Pratichanda Sam Namaha Mukhe Sriti Pitrika Dapataya Namaha Ridium Visharika Namaha Huyes Paha Saktaya Namaha Pareyo Karya Namaha Nabho Vinayoga Yartamaha Savangi Tiarisari Nesakram Gustipiam Namaha Rim Tarjani Piam Namaha Ram Maria Piam Namaha Maramika Piam Namaha Rim Kanistia Piam Namaha Krom Karakarata Rasta Piam Namaha Karani Yasakrom Harayi Namaha Rim Sopisi Rasis Vam Sikaya Pasrakambakaya Unim Troya Yapasor Chromasor Yapati Sedangene Asbuf Sromi Arti Dipanda Dayan Dipetri Monteviari Scottish for the Pini Departed Divide Baras Vom Jagami on Kuthra Mika Yakaram Samarpami on Kisamiki, which by Yami on very Mika Dupum Korapi Yami Ramanda Miki Dipan Jami of Mamsat Miki on Tarmahana Bear Yamanabartiami, some smart Miki, some Parapijam Samari, Spajapa Marama Troma Mama Male Mahamaria, Sakrabatot for you, Pini Kataborius Minyasa, Tasmania Sidi, the Papa Guru Mantra, Umbrim Sida Guru Presida Umbrim after Sidi Vetrakamatrom Chromrim, Darge Harime Yehi Vasavia Say Hirim Durke, Amrim Chroma Rum Hum Fatspa Hasadangane Sakorum Pum Hada Yagnam Harim Sabasis Rasas Vaham Sekaya Vasaram Kapakaya, Unitraya Yavasar Kum Kru Asraya Pati Disrangane Subufus Romiarti, Devi Mukodainam Dipetrikimate Via Scottish for the Pini departed Divide Varasum Chukami Puja, Ampliamika Karam Sumapame Kamiskimia, Papishami and Paramika Dumum Karapi Yavaramika Dipandus Jami Pamatarmika Yam Tramana Verium, Ivariam some Samamiki, some Pakarapujam, Smarpami, Samarpam, Guyatikio, 3 from Claras Makrapam Saram, Sister Papatume, Devi Prapasara, Mestre Japanam Talamarantrom, Umabel Malama Savare Vama Priti, the Subhara Babasabum, Kurisimi Batraya Soviram, Kadehime Umrim Sidia, in Namaha, Hingin is Helgran hogoro nasa karora septi el parmo ojora tor aus orti umarti taskai nutor meo f marti skipa pina he jepsi pa calor he kar kinder merio merdi merkur him dale verdi beforbo et vel ter shock form sphere fear of boss force of monk eg man jokno ora borda boss for bum mik borda viertu neor mek haima neori baby merve meor grand fear morni man or was er bars je mer gebik versus der nesere nes wodo wanneer jok pons erva neor min kap fusin genunga en grasiverki arbor bors senior bors boom of yarbu eber is imi god me rans corpus or scans or nasalo sterna babos krum groin kornum bloki sol bab sornen serni mana hendi molgori heim min jorobor sol ne visi habor sali arti marni ne visi habar mingens artistors nor ne visu habor stag pikatu kinru regin kula workstool again gloko po kavar kertuks nor ordni jo nok fonov korpu morkin hetur milchan dankan duono kaptan Koromatil Johitos Aseria Berli e Bergsburg or Korf Horton Pro Aflalong Pro Olsmeer Borbo at Etolbur met Tankes Corbu or Tol Corbu ter Tur I Torni ter Terukru var bin vetter gis vant or Goli Unspra Vormo Borse Megajo Morto Mort or Jotunheim Kitchen Gridging Quillo Stola Genengolog ook op Gertusk. Everskedi voor Grudjortovsk jo opremis blorbi ook or brains rishum. Ibo vas mosos niermas or bin voor gra oro in dorina nor. Bir ben liken mor omgor blu ver corridor bu jem dorin selbir. Hon vol ber corridor bor vikinga niores bor. Sertir mes viror horgi, Peter besmuk no belungor heaven urorgi nulukulum. Bernam lem jabras friend wargior jums jabras prep der win martinem prijse amara urch etta pertuk mogo pela bixop niste teturon teranetek ton vegeteron urete tom alla penton duer sentin dur sorri ur furi nuonos sorres des virtu furesren mone crumbrodun comfort alla punt wars in de door so ring war for ring war so red SL there to ver H lin mone crumbro lugun Aros way oros square ores or we what we're played out weird or si aros com sind difficile tour stroke rum benios nesit pianetos core is via en Anderson tour se cornien domine serpens alvis est narvis coris non difficile sed impossibile best investigare dominentos omnipotens rexergium et dominos dominentium in qualis manu omnis victori constitet omne bellum conflictur prod quo pois mea visiu virum fimins tan mecor poseer dolo vortetos magnificentis arvarin cum hel arvarin cum hel arvarin mac cum saxorum in forsum tum parum dae nati volumen quadratum draconis Erniduma andurundu nectur neti mancasiata en asiata tormoco charmok samasamos ora charmos ail nil nos hokut vas betvuntus viltin utusul alazul kitim sul molazul dinker sul maskin sul isiane campasi kia campantisi dinker in lila gulucar corcorri che campa sitting carnilio la nin corcorai che campa sitting carnini bibile shore che campa sitting carnini nin corcorai che campa sitting carandur la tin carcocode yanne campa sitting carana campa sitting carchia campa pa 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 ra 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 te martarta Rantege kernerne Zagara Zagbi Murnartenam Torkara Zibi Murnat Hezutuzul Kurbi Murnarte Arazur Garbi Murnarte Gardim Zul Garbi Murnarte Ergalazul Garbi Murnate Tinker Zul Garbi Murnate Mernat Bierner Ashbiar Bar Bieresh Kasharpi arti marnu kashartu shartorti utarne yn Israel os har ne pesu din tru asra nujes geflusher are mer perushep skabugin jiror katam se kemne be un of tikin jefem mi or no nem sko mari bashar ab net courageous are ne bish bar ajerab se so lodun sutin hinen min knum nor ke persereser papa nem kemnu tok nem bu nem so kont besh raim now aruna pa enti on bu ar tapen sru potnet trus min ma che toy da sar neb a tef kem maro mu def nu da pe betasen fra toy da me sher Abu Mahifi dat had na mai pakter sen na protep gedat dat me dat en ik hem nu ik nu afjes heb skenti me hi abran nu ru as heb skem nu as skenti me hi hab shu di shu da param ke fratu ra ma karu mena heneb hab shara re sa bara pe amasada sa de pi en na mori en tabaran heb kat kop en dra mari kor seke dra bol kutiaru ta me ru na shra te pe ru ga heru men heru ta heru medan tu heru benu heru so is so sort of yoi ke garanties ma te bet kutken benur smamor pek gedi kapset zetten tu osara igen skep meserep karus kemeker karusem karues agrenus and mutusum getu tu mese us kunishes nese so para ker repening is and kintu suati shudem skenem ten hui ari hinuminens nese den oraket pen mutapali doros and ken morak bo fasetsu and I get to win ketera gasare and put hamani min hedrun pet torren dan shira get to asis mas second ren pennet valche tutte chatata papa second pet second toy ren bu am kin sette biua papa mesicum rasu second toy panemi mutas me pas get pas parabasu sen it was as segment me para so kun bosh tata sorti ni herin ti absorb because as check ramen suite ke musiku se prosine muri miskeri ke personmet sarmana sar hapet sar me second mana picture pendiam kat betun already mada en pappadem keskusuash na skortia shabu am sene pam sekuna marta ni ati tu for meti mara de perisor kimish keru ne keru ne basi harai pai tar kermeti an de pan ro sareki ne buin of temtem separi am ba tur ki ne hem ne for ne he cautious of pana ne mare te prui ne petitas men men tu nut va kabushi ser so keto bun me or mo toi so buch kod ne mai pesnes mu krem she petros ne ken drink of drink ne drink of ticket du tem rinket en teles men tu ne gatten mesus juati cotencio sharatu ara tenterti ne ketos at wene nem seneti so joy genex senek kori so jarek senek yum pori out jareti ne mo am got a ben go shalation en miati sudum and have I date you up go up to ek no ke kismo wap sek me ko ne kini for petev me tu in sraika patatu sekna sekerti nem de jorti warm skunu adak push to an actual parliament head nu pentu en nemni fulson ke ti ta tu ta ni fu podamani sortex jorti alu ta tek muni format sakan ni fu you wabu di en ketema di en japan en head en di jota jari em hold up demi to ko ketema maru ta ke kendet into an excellent to meri exceptiu kanara her na baranki o mi to art pet nu bet ma tro mi ta def na pro pro para sa to ta pre ma ta ken nu has you no nu men ne der pedi en ses meri u kom hold up to na for onet o shep sepen so nu an make a mind o nu sois u hab ka prem message who never tem ne kapar kinti manu da sek never tete me tre doi ta per shini never cha kai kam ta ku se shek toy am sa tu wek tama never wek ya uso per tem hol tete uso per tem hol tete poti mas you try to view you mark at the redaction to mut tek nu rom nem nu ku ne per nu bu ta pu nu ben shini apa dem ku ne trioni am so rami boy na mi ken kapar nam ten mar ta tre ol tap sa te kapar ma o pa tem gerato na mi unu ai ke musiko shamo horek so i pratico ora Asu perché ne me to krem tak ki swat sak ka tek no tek wedem param no de ku wap tara pakar tu wai ke nuk ta te mankiu ko beslo panek soy am ko or chu atu na pri asament no en pet moi ru ne mana me sik pak boom stress net sen net tek na tri tap tap so ken have nu ku tu uto tek para on taram sara ken ke tu ko ma kai ore ka para nu me se su nu duai param ken mutap ne na bu ner ke ti am ke su di sen ne ki wa bene Sarhenek time or نتري تيم سكمين بيتنا من هناAsuene, Nimshek, Juri, and some scared I call my injured one and threw on head who test West Shuduat Paget, Ayuno Hek Paget, Najet, Nimkef Capron, war on a Potomami, Masarud was attempt to ruin never Neshra Kurash or Kuki Arigas Kamamun and Nakaka Pruta Tafu, Mutamu Rapro, Sol, the throne, the Morecon Crona Bupis, tiny Nepek, Shake Defnatu, Nabu Joy, Kaltara Nebus, Shake Taramin, Takare. Emekadome abuse karikate kotepik na washa tapter nefru vakinin juti washa ti waso tapene washa masam jesat mahen pet renasa nefini sekro and set kudini set toto son betapu wes rapatu jarini set wow no am seklupu kapram kapri kapana kapru the bentet parasha kapru imparen bara utram pam yasuna una Ankaratin mantin capire, unaten ben capire, un setoi setos sorbai cucatamica, capimir to I luterani interessavi what will nabebe, abae, gabe. Sebo forsiara coronari afan tuia seterapi suara sebo vesican pensuti sebo karen vertemen gives gift cosa jaratu amu petem toilem circur data tikamaru amuref sinteremi aknebura sor lusham so amuasem and sikara mekaru amuref sinteremis brasikan kuabe kuabe kuabsikabeka karan he wabekam netro kavaram netrus brasikan komar pekot kaskunosh pekshi ba igor so vi kai bere kan krabekun atam kai kan Tik makin truan is regn een beetje chepet die het en ik koes morgen een beetje chemen die kikiu het op zijn synchronized me to an make kikiu sa han ik heb in een ordu selen bekijs en een sepet op katina karabakua tak na rajuru an orek wa borak wa panama kan independence soon dat people making mug kesu tapatek im shoot net winning at betani peneri wa benapani natru men sel kesak kaparaket and to a new dia stimuli formen sans kapasinen temapus in Jana Jarat Mafis Carapis Utapis Sapis Harina Capuat Sun Gapaya Capem Hutaplum Raporushilu Captuini Tipati Depth and Yapnefren through Emes Newt good Newt Kansu kepra tuma marsimitogi shabu banana shim truina I or simitogi shabu banana shim truina I or simitogi shabu banana shim truina abra dabra. Alright, for the people that were present for that one, your life is going to change for the better. You're going to experience anomalies today in your favor, in your corner. Things are going to work out. If they've been working out, things are just going to continue smooth. For those that were present, for those that had problems, like, problems, that shit's been severed. I saw it. I don't always get mental visuals during deep meditation ceremony, but when I do, bro, I speak on them, and I told one dude, I said, you're gonna go home and you're gonna have a dream, and da 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 da, and the dude came back to me like a week later or whatever, and he was like, dude, I went home and I had a fucking dream, and it was da da da, he told me all about it, changed his life, changed his whole freaking life. I'm telling you, for those that were present for that reading right there, for that jam, get ready for some good things in life to come your way. You're not gonna have to fight for it. And when you see other things going on in life with other people, just stay forward. Stay in your forward progress. That's the most important thing to do. I must stress something very important. for those on the spiritual path, when you see somebody getting justice or you see somebody getting their just due, don't laugh, don't applaud, don't be happy. It's it will be a moment to acknowledge that for sure, but don't let the divines work. People wonder a lot of things about me. That's a fact. Though when I found the Divine Mother and I started calling out to her, she started changing my life. She started coming and intervening in my life, and I found that the power of the divines was real. And that's what your spiritual journey is truly opening the heart and the mind to, is seeing the family that you have, seeing the spiritual family that you have. If you could consider the division that humans have amongst themselves, yet we're all human. No matter how we want to classify it, or we've got these human bodies and we're walking around. And in the spirit realm, guess what? There's a lot of different ones as well. But they're all complementing a whole, they're all part of an entire dynamic. And that spiritual course of life truly does open our minds to be able to see our spiritual brothers and sisters, not only in the world, but in old tales that one may challenge reason of mind. And yet another will see the history. Ancient languages, words of power. You can have that connection too. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good Saturday. Hope your morning is going swimmingly. Yeah, the last portion. Very welcome, Brandon. Yeah, that last portion was ancient Egyptian indeed. Um, really getting back to the origin tongue allows you to utilize those words of power are very interwoven in the old languages, and that's why they're so very, very fundamental. If you don't, our modern language has really been flooded with different new meanings, negative connotations, positive connotations, used in sarcasm. Our modern tongue, in whichever place we are, winds up having issues because they've really left out the sounds, the words of power, those sounds that are within those words They left them out in the older language. We can really access them, especially like in the runes. Runes is one very popular system. Well, it's popular enough if you ask me, and it is a widely known system. And it's not hard to get information on the explanation of the runes. You can pull up old. I urge you to pull up actual books that have been written versus just looking up information online. Because online it's going to give you surface information, but when you really delve and you really do a deep dive into a subject, you can really get into the minutiae. You can really find out how it's put together, and that's really what I focus on, is how things are put together. If I can see how somebody put something together and I can see where it links together, I can see the big picture. Because isn't that what we do with language? Small words, small things build bigger things. Building, we think of a stone temple, it was carved, made out of a single mountain. It's one piece. Okay, yep. But our buildings that we build today are not like that. Not necessarily. They're made of components, materials, little things making something bigger. And these words of power, when they're brought together, when these ancient languages are brought together, they're truly those words, that power resonates within the body, that activates the chakras, and that gives you an activation into the third phase, the third form of human. Let me go. I've talked about this a bit, but I have not got into really. I've explained it in the past. Let me see if I can find it super fast. If I can't find it super fast, then I'm not gonna worry about. I'm not gonna worry about it. I think it might be that one. Yeah. Thought it was pretty close to the beginning. No, that's not the one. There we go. Found it. Boom. Chapter 8. Got it for sure. Okay. Sahu. And the Ba. Okay. So we got the Sahu man, which refers to people's behavior uh, that is really more instinctive. They have not they've not delved into life much at all. Very connected to the instinctive, animalistic side of the person. People that just simply react all the time. People that really don't apply reason, and you try to reason with them, you try to give them reason, but all the explanation in the world does not change their behavior. That's because they're still, as the Kemetic term would be, Sahu. They're still in the first phase of being a human. I say man, but I mean woman, I mean human, I mean people. It's just Sahu is the first stage. The second stage of the evolution of man is the Ab, A-B, the Ab. In the society in which the person lives, they knows how to spiritually develop its citizens. They'll begin to develop more and more uh, with everything known about the structures of life, understanding a little bit about the tree of life that the person is, they really start to become awake. And in this, they start respecting life all around them quite beautifully. And then when we get to the third stage of man's evolution, once the faculties of the Ab division of the spirit are perfected, the person is able to move on to raising their consciousness to the divisions of the spirit wherein dwell man's godlike faculties. And this is the shekel, and this enables the person to influence physical events around them. So it is the Sahu, the Ab, and then the Ba. So a lot, and I will say the majority of individuals who say that they're awakened, that they've had some spiritual rebirthing, they really are in that second phase. They're in the Ab evolutionary stage of being human. They have not attained to the connection with divinity just yet, but that's what they're working on. They're learning their cycles. You are learning your cycles. You're learning your rhythms. As you do all of this, you respect life more and more. Your qualities develop, and thus you can truly connect with divinity. And when you connect with divinity, you're sharing thoughts. People say, well, where do thoughts come from? Are they stored in the brain? They still haven't found where thoughts are stored within the body. Well, I do heavily, very strongly believe that in that communication, every single day is communication. And whether you're only communicating through your instincts, then that would be the Sahu man, just the basic starter outer. They haven't learned lessons in life. And then we get the person they've been through a thing or two. They either the boom boom. They're on that spiritual course. They're seeking for greater enlightenment, and then they really connect. So in the second one, they're connecting to their fellow humans mostly. They're connected to each other, and so in this, we're pulling information and ideas from each other, not necessarily from the lesser instinctive mind, but more from intellectual minds and hearts and understanding. That's the kind of information that's coming in because our body is lined up. Our chakras are active, and that tree of life can truly hear the resonance of other people's understandings. That's where we can get information from, what they're learning, where their mind is. We're pulling all the time. The collective consciousness, it doesn't disconnect. It doesn't go away. It's in existence. You're plugged in. That's where it's at. If you unplug, it doesn't mean that shut down, and it doesn't mean that you technically unplugged from it. You just perceive that you're not interacting with it. You close that door for a moment. You don't go back. Open up that door. Go back in there when you're ready for it. And then you get to the point where that door that you close and leave, you eventually stay there, you reside there in that consciousness, you stay in that enlightened state every single day. You're connected with that divine spirit, with that divine essence, and that's truly where the most brilliant ideas come from. That's truly where the most sophisticated information comes from. People were talking about the Emerald Tablet, and I actually saw a little something come up on the TV about the Emerald Tablet. And when I think of the color green, I think of heart, and I think of a life on Earth. That's what populates in my mind first and foremost. And so to me, this tablet would have been the information of the tree of life, of how to understand, how to awaken yourself, your own consciousness to walk and evolve into that Ba, into that third form, into that evolutionary form of man in which you're connecting with divine intelligence, logic, reason, deduction, and sometimes, or most of the time, they don't got time to give you or care to explain all this stuff. They just say, follow your heart. You felt that? Go that way. They give those kind of pointers. And we follow those cues that come through our environment. Because if we are, as we are connecting with a greater consciousness, certainly they have the ability to influence the elements. And in that regard, with us here on the ground, for what we see, we can cause a change in our physical environment, in the events that happen in the physical environment around us. This was what the ancients worked with, and this is what they knew. Their system, it was destroyed, lost, it, whatever the case happened in the past. It might have seemed to be forgotten, but I tell you what, it's being remembered by way more people than just me. It's being remembered. They just get the little bit of ingredient that they needed, and then, oh my goodness, they just going, they flying. I've seen some people and what they've developed and made on their own, just in their own place, and what they've put together is just astronomical. What an amazing ability to bring in some electromagnetic resonance that's actually going to benefit the body, heal the body, produce better space. We can create these portals literally, and these portals, what they do is they block out negative interference, they block out negative energy, they allow you to connect with yourself without distractions. And these portals are created, you create them, I create them, we all create them. If we are resonating energy as a group of individuals, that is living energy that is going up into the atmosphere and as well going into the earth. I want to bring something a little bit to mind if you didn't know it. And if you just, what I'm about to say doesn't work. When all you do is use positive words to reinforce something you want to change, it doesn't work. Just repeating good words over and over doesn't work. Because we're going to return to what our habits are, of what we just do instinctually. If you really want to make a step forward, introduce positive new habits into your life that align with whatever you're into and doing. And those new behaviors, those new habits are things that you enjoy doing. Those replace the old habits. You could say something a gajillion days for all the years of your life, but without a plan, without action, and without a real strategy, there's failure that winds up happening. And that's why people get upset, bogged down. They happen to have so many failures in life, and they keep failing. And they said, yeah, success. They said, if you want to be successful, you got to fail a whole bunch of times. But I just keep failing. Complete failure. Well, that's because you got to change. I, you can't fix a new problem with an old broken down way of doing things. New situation, new issue, new problem needs new way, a new approach. Most people go, well, I don't know. How do I get to a new approach? How do I find a new approach? I've tried everything and I can't think of anything else. I have this notion that I've used in life, and many times I don't know what to do next. Because everything I tried already in my whole repertoire didn't change the situation, didn't make it better. It didn't get worse, but damn, it didn't fix it. It didn't make anything better. And I'm in this situation. I got to do something. And if I don't do something, it's just going to keep repeating like Groundhog Day, coming back, coming back, coming back. So I have this construct where I try anything, even if it sounds absurd. Hey, you know what? It didn't work in the past and it's an unlikely solution, but you know what? Nothing else has worked. Let me throw this at it, see if it works. Sometimes that wrench in the engine can stall things long enough so that everybody can slow down and get on the same energetical frequency. And that's when a solution will present itself. Because when people are sharing headspace together, heart space together, they're creating that portal like environment. And you already know, you've had in your life, you've had a friend, you were chatting, you do your thing all the time, and then you know how that person comes up and you both just get quiet. All of a sudden, you're like, mm hmm. And then they leave, you start talking again. Because you know that your portal was breached. You know that in that little space that you were just hanging out, you didn't call it a ceremony, you didn't call it a jam, you were just doing your thing, just friends. We create that space. And the more people that share that heart space and share that mind and they have those memories and so forth and so on, they are sharing their information. That's where we're drawing information in. That information goes into everything we've experienced before. And it has to find a way to fit with everything else we know. When we receive new information, it's got to find a home within everything that we know. Well, for me, sometimes things need a new home because I had information in the wrong place. So I bring in the proper information, and then I that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Now I don't got this junk over here. Now I see the whole picture. I'm like, oh fuck, I got it. Because when you're together with that friend, when you're having that jam in that space, you're receiving everything and you're sending everything as well. A lot of people, they they are unaware that that transfer is happening, and so they may lie or do things for their own advantage. And that's why the other person always seems to fucking know. It's why you always fucking know. Always know. You're like, fuck. I knew that wasn't an accident. But that's what they said. Oh, it's just an accident, man. It's just an accident. Yeah, sorry. Nope. That was their true character. That was their true essence. And all their words were to dissuade my reasoning. They wanted to throw the detective off the case. So they gave you lies, and you believed their lies. Well, love believes all things. And when you believe enough lies, they formulate a picture and a structure. And when that structure is not in the real world, you know it's fucking fake. You don't even have to talk to the motherfucker at that point. You already know. Gigs up. Be the magician who knows the trick and the way out. And just walk the fuck out the room. Because they'll never buy it. They'll never be able to buy a ticket to figure out what happened. Who cares what they think? You got out without the emotional scraping and damage. World's not going to play fair. No, they won't. But by your connection to divine law and order, your connection to the spirits, your resonance of your own frequency can change that. I was talking about earlier about looking at the way things are put together. I've paid attention how people are very keen on particulars, and you already know how they like to argue and prove their particular is correct. And so that's where I was like, okay, everybody's busy over there. Let me see more. Let me look underneath where nobody else is looking, or at least where maybe few other people in the world are looking. People are concerned with the product that everybody sees. Okay, that's the particular, that's the name, that's the item, the CD, whatever, the product. But the framework, the blueprint that created that product, in my opinion, matters beyond everything else because that's the energy, that's what's going into that product. You walk into a restaurant, you sit down, and you pay money, and you have people serve you, you eat and all that stuff. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, if that kitchen staff was yelling at each other, if they're backbiting each other, think about it. Problems happen in the workplace over and over with your fellow workmate, don't they? Attitudes you don't like, frustrations you walk in the door with. All of that energy is going into every single bite of that food you're taking. All of that, all their chaotic energy or peaceful energy or whatever that you see a chef yelling at the people barking orders, well, all that barking and yelling, you just ate it. You swallowed it. You said, it tastes yummy. Thanks, here's my money. It matters. The bottom, what's putting the product together matters. I don't care if it's steel or human, it matters. That framework, that blueprint, that's what's going to get my attention. Because the person just worrying about what's shiny and pretty and everybody else likes, that's why you got a bunch of products that break. You got to buy new ones of. Something that don't last. Go back to the 40s and the 50s. Shit, you buy something, it's still working today. Unless you just left it outside and damaged it or something. But the way they made things back then was, shoot, to damage it, you need to take a sledgehammer to it. That was purpose. That was intended. Because the heart was there to care about every little part and piece that was going. I'm not giving a problem to somebody, I'm giving them an everlasting solution. So I got to work out all the kinks at the bottom. I got to make sure all the broken, stupid parts aren't present. Let me put in something that's going to last through the temperatures and survive through the heat. Motherfucking cars put it together with plastic, driving on the road with plastic cars. Are you shit? Anyways, it's cool, whatever they're making. And when you work with seeing the blueprint, when you become more concerned at looking where no one else is looking and seeing the minutiae of everything, don't worry about telling everybody what they're doing wrong. Go do it yourself at home. Save up what you need, get what you do, make it yourself. Just as perfectly as you could envision it. It's a whole new product. They made theirs with plastic parts. I made mine with steel. Whatever the case or whatever the situation or whatever you're working with, all the way down to how people govern their own lives and their mental worlds, or whether they allow the heart and the emotion to just dominate 100% everything. Being able to shift, being able to adapt, being able to watch, being able to actually do what you want to unobstructed. That's why people take so long to make progress in life, is because they have many distractions that put their mind into somebody else's service and wind up serving their life for somebody else's purpose. What about your purpose? If it's a true divine purpose and you're meant to have help, that help going to come freely. That's going to be friend and family. If it's by man, they got to subject, they got to force, they got to persuade, they got to pay off, they got to do whatever they can to convince you to stop living your life and live theirs. That's why there is a grouping of the youth out there, and they're getting very tired of all this phone stuff. They're getting tired of the crap products. They're getting tired of this, and they're not even buying it or watching it. They're moving on to something else because they haven't found any satisfaction with the products of the world. Temporary happiness they found. Good times, yeah, they had them, but they want something richer, they want something more. See, every generation of young ones that comes out, their minds are sharper, they're quicker. They are the next evolutionary step of humanity, just like we were when we were kids in that time of our lives. And that means that they're thinking faster, they're reacting faster, they're smoother, they're quicker. If you make a computer today, you don't make it with components from 1984. Are you shitting me? It wouldn't be able to do it couldn't run this thing. You gotta make something new for what it is, and it can run even faster and smoother with everything that was available in the past. And that is what you have at your fingertips. I should say that is your fingertips. A Q&A live stream. Okay, that sounds interesting. Now, see, now on the Q&A, like I don't mind. I could sit here and like answer questions, right? Okay. Thing is a lot of people, man, they got some crazy ass questions, and I'm past those days. That's not stuff I talk about or go over. But I'll tell you what, I'm looking at the chat log right now. So if you got a good question, I'll be happy to answer it. Okay, fish cat, yo, just I don't know if it's spelled the way it is, yo. So if you like the band Fish, you're a friend, yo. But really, that's what I'm talking about. Like you said, Gen Alpha is getting fucked so hard. I feel bad for real. Okay, this is where. All right, check. Just this is where we change their lives. All right, they're fucked. Let's help them out. Are you Gen X? They need to learn some of your freaking lessons. Okay. they need to fucking take them in the woods and down some trail and put a knife in their hands and just, let's go be fucking, just, like scouts, whatever, just would play some dodgeball, but don't fucking try to kill the other person with the ball. We're not trying to snap necks here. But we got it. They need to be a little toughened up, but in a fun way, in a positive way. We can. That is our responsibility, is to help the next generation, to give them that experience in life without the bad things that we had to go through when we were younger, but like to present those opportunities of life to them, to bring that back into a community, those kind of aspects. Forsaken King meditation the other day. The best meditation advice I have is that that was a good question. Forsaken King, if you'd like, boom, I made you a moderator. But as far as meditation techniques, all right, so the best starting out not having meditated before, not being successful in it or whatever, okay. So take 5 minutes a day, and if you can do it 3 times a day, once a day, whatever. But I recommend doing it once every day for 40 days, and then as you can, increase the time. But start out with a clock, a timer, set it for 5 minutes, and essentially you're going to have one word to focus on. You can choose any word you want. I use love as an example. That's what I would use. That's what I did used to use. And so when you start the timer, close your eyes, and there's not going to be any speaking. Phone's on silent, no calls coming in, nothing like that. If there's sounds outside or whatever outside of your vicinity that you can't control, just let it be. There's nothing you can do about that. And so just sit there quietly for the 5 minutes and with your eyes closed. And whenever a thought starts to come into your mind, say the one word. If that thought comes back, say that one word again in your mind. And this, what you're doing is you're training your meditation, is you're training your mind so that you can stop thinking or you can start thinking. You could open up, you could close down, you can actually guide your thoughts, and you can connect to different channels at will. Okay, channels being, let's just say, literally another person is a channel. If your energy is open to them, then you're literally receiving and sending information between each other, not just energy, not just frequency, but you're actually sending information that is packed in with all that frequency and vibration. Anyways, and so essentially you just keep going back to that. Now the next step to take from there is that the word is going to be replaced with a gesture, a movement, and that is going to be this, the finger over the lips. Now, what this is saying is not for your mouth not to talk, this is actually telling your brain to stop thinking. So essentially, we're going to replace the word love when we're meditating with the finger. Then, in time, and it can be a short amount of time, I'm going to create a visual representation of seeing myself place my finger in front of my mouth while I remain still. I'll visually do this. So now I don't have to use a word mentally, consciously to block out the incoming thoughts. I don't have to move my body anymore to get there. I can just visualize the action. So I've literally trained my own psyche to respond to myself. And that's where it starts. And from there, you'll wind up advancing, growing, and developing, and other things will, especially after the 40 days, that's when that real kind of next step is going to start. Slyres YT. That is legit. What I'm supporting every day for anybody interested that they may be able to manifest what they are seeking to do in life. And I'll tell you what, anything good and positive is definitely like a solid creation the world needs. Uh, RY. I'm in my 40s, I'll say that much. Uh, Devin Mayer, if I'm pronouncing the mayor correctly, can you meditate for stomach problems, irritable bowel syndrome, for example? All right, now this you can, but it's going to take effort. Number one, you're going to need stones like rose quartz. Like this is rose quartz. Okay, so you could go online or whatever, you could buy some rose quartz. I'm going to explain the whole process for you right here. And get yourself a bunch of rose quartz. You can buy them on Amazon or wherever. You can go to a shop or a store and get enough of them to put a circle around you while you sit down on the ground. You're going to want to acquire a sound bowl. Don't get a tiny little one. Get something, here's the size of my hand, okay? There's other ones that are real tiny. They're like this. They're like that small. That's what you'll find online, and they're like $20. They're super cheap. Spend 30 or 40, get a full size sound bowl. Okay, at least a decent size. I don't know, full size might be bigger, but anyways. And this is legit. I'm not kidding. The stones, the quartz crystals, when you play the sound bowl over, and it's not super difficult. When you play the sound bowl over the quartz crystals, the sound literally goes into the quartz and it makes the vibration it makes the quartz vibrate at a frequency to where it shoots out energy from the quartz crystals, rose quartz specifically. um, and for yourself. Now, it doesn't come from you thinking, oh, I'm getting rid of irritable bowel syndrome. That's not what's happening. Okay, and Devin Mayer, you can email me, cetra@yahoo.com or whatever for in the future, whatever the case. But what you're doing on the journey of meditation and with these stones and the sound bowl is you're going to learn how to activate the chakra, the energy centers in your body. The reason why a problem exists within the body that causes debilitating pain, like harmful pain, and stops you from moving and screws your life up, is because one of your chakras, if not many of them, are off. If you don't got the engine running in the hospital portion of your world, then there's no healing that can happen. So, by activating these energies with literal sound and real stone, you literally are going to turn on all of your chakras. And when you do that, it's going to stop that. It's going to stop the problem. You don't have to take a drug, and you don't have to go do something special. All you need to do is resonate at a positive, harmonious frequency with your chakras turned on, your energy centers turned on. Like this morning, we went over the words of power. They're words that activate the chakra systems, that activate portions within the body. We talked about how different gods are different portions of my body, of the body, and we must activate those portions through sound and energy, through a trance state of being. That activation heals the body, fixes the body, restores the body beyond the explanation that anybody could give who doesn't work in these types of understandings, these sciences, because they are sciences and they do have proof for what I'm talking about. It's funny, on my own journey, I find the proof after I discovered doing it. For instance, alkaline water, water that's been alkalined, there are certain bacteria and harmful things to our body that cannot live in an alkaline environment. So when we change our water intake, it changes the kind of things that can live in our body. When we start looking at things positively, our body can be at a state of peace, which allows it to heal itself. This is why meditation is important. It returns you to peace and calm, as if you were sleeping, yet you're waking. It's called a waking trance. And by doing that, then the body can regenerate all day and when we go to sleep at night. That means my body's doing a whole lot better because it keeps healing itself faster, faster, faster. And when I feel and I sense negative energy and a negative presence, if I have to, I will run away from it. I don't want to fight with it. I don't want to argue with it. I'll tell you why. It got nothing to do with the other person, pride, ego, got nothing to do with any of that. It's because my body's going to stay in a state of healing. It's going to stay in a state of rejuvenation. And if I get betwixt with another person, then I'm not healing my body. I'm fighting my own body. I'm putting pain into my body. I'm destroying the connections I put together within my body. So I don't want that conflict. I don't want that issue. And that's why the old expression, choose your battles wisely, is very important. You do not have to fight the world at every corner and turn of everything that they see differently than you do. You don't have to walk into somebody's establishment and scream and get upset and get dragged out. Live in your peace. And that peace spreads. It spreads as the antidote and the cure to all the disharmony of the world. That's the power of your peace. It heals you and the world. Cool. Very welcome, Forsaken. I'm a bit behind on the chat log, but wanted to kind of look at that. The stone that I had, that's rose quartz, like a rose, like a red rose quartz. So it's a little bit, has a little bit of a pink tinge, salmon colored tinge to it. Hey, Devin Mayer, if you're still here, Mar, if you're still here, made you a, a moderator. So if you want, or whatever the case, you don't shoot that email or anything, forget to. At least that's there and whatnot. Yes, actually, that's what I was. The singing, the crystal singing pyramids that Shadow Lion mentioned. I was actually envisioning that when I was mentioning a few things a bit ago. So my jewelry, the bracelets and necklaces, essentially, those items, pretty much everything I've got on is not originally as it was tied or put together. And so I'm pretty rigorous in life. And as things break and come apart, I tend to create something new with it. It's something that I do quite often. Um, and so yeah, essentially like these necklaces are just they're tied on. They don't come off. So like the top is like pearls and seashells, and then like we got where is he? We got the sea turtle right here. Okay, so here's something to chat about. People are asking if I'm selling necklaces or bracelets or whatever. I have not monetized this YouTube channel yet. I've been waiting, holding back, whatever, filling it out. And I know that I can bring people on and they can actually like do things. I could like make different users and give them access to the channel so they can actually like do stuff. A few people I know. And so I'm kind of looking to take that next step and provide different products and different things. And I got my book. I could put the PDF book up on here. I mean, I send it out for free or whatever, but like, I don't know, dollar downloads or something, whatever the case. But somebody had mentioned going live on Discord and how that would take off. And I've got the equipment that I have to record with the quality would be too low, so there's certain things I don't go down that court and do. But I made a video about this quite some time ago, and there are some very specific individuals that are on that team, but I'm looking for uh, a new team to really like maximize this YouTube as much as we can do as possible. The moderators have been great in helping the channel in such a wonderful way. But certainly I could very, very easily be putting product together with, um, and that could be a real big next step. Oh, solar plexus chakra. My beads and jewelry, for the majority of myself, I've gotten them from specifically a resale shop that's technically connected to a church. It's an old church, and they have this resale shop connected to it. Man, they got some amazing things that come through there from certain times, and people have been going to the church for their whole life or whatever, and they pass away, and their family like just gives their stuff to the church, and then the church turns around and like sells it real cheap at the resale shop, help out the church. And so that's really where I found most of my stuff. Resale shops are really good. It's interesting when you really get onto the spiritual path where you can find things and the amount of price, how cheap it'll be for you to acquire it. A lot of people go into the spiritual path and they're like, oh, I gotta go buy this brand new thing, and oh, I gotta go buy this. Well, they are literally carving their path forwards themselves. They're not letting the spirit guide it per se, because really, the acquiring of something, really, you want that to be a moment that you have there with that individual. You want an exchange of energy, not just a product. Yeah. And to exchange energy in like a conversation and have that product in your hand, it really transfers energy from both people into that product, and really you're walking with some magic. And so for myself, if I when I whatnot make offer or whatnot, whatever I put together, I would put it up on the altar. Of course, it's going to receive the energy I'm putting into it myself, but it would be powered up on the altars as well, um, before they would be shipped out. So they would be. I always figured if I'm selling some product, I'm going to turn them products into talismans. I'm I've done mojo bags, magic pouches with like herbs, stone, and it's like herbs, stone, and a wood, like a root or a seed, something hard of that of earth. And by combining these three different ingredients, especially with a particular purpose, I've had people come back to me years later, and they were astounded by its potency. By they literally told me, he said, it's still working. They were like, I got it with me. Rainbow is city obsidian. I have not. Peter Lloyd. What's up, Peter Lloyd? If you're still here, I saw you were like, yo, what's up? What I'm wearing, what does it signify? Good question. Good question. Every single item that I wear has been a development of my journey and things that have survived the destructions that occur upon my journey. What destructions am I talking about? The states of transformation of the mind and of the body require a change of surroundings. We wind up acquiring a lot of things in life. In a way, we build our tower, our castle, our stronghold. We have our creme de la creme of what we prefer to have. And if one is going to continue walking upon Jacob's ladder, the ascension of the soul, the development of the heart to resonate with the divine channel, many times loss is going to happen. A loss of possessions. Those times can be sudden. Those things can be gifts unto others. Those things could have gotten destroyed or stolen. It comes to be a crossroads situation is essentially what that destructive moment is creating. And the crossroads situation is from the divines and all that be says, can you embody what you had and keep moving forward? Or are you going to be stuck with a material loss and then we can't help you anymore? Because when you can make peace and let go with something very important, very close to you, oh, you're able to grow. Oh, you're able to grab the next subject. Oh, you're able to get that room, that place, that next tower, that next building, that next sanctuary. You're able to fill it up with more goods because you have different friends, different acquaintances. You're learning a different environment, a different system, and integrating that. So essentially, shells connect with the mother, coins, along with being deceased. You know, you need coins for the eyes, bells. Want to keep a ring right next to my ear. Bells are very important. Bells disrupt negative energy. I've been. This is a pretty funny situation. I was at a place. I was standing in line, and these people behind me, they were speaking rather negatively, very poorly, and I just did not like the subject matter. It's just very poor, just very, very, very negative. And so I literally started playing my bells. I started swinging back and forth, and the bells literally they started laughing. The people started laughing at me, and then they started to laugh amongst themselves, talking about other things. And then I stopped playing my bells. I stopped moving because all that anger was gone, all that negativity was gone. It literally went away. So bells pretty important. And Ankh, very, 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 very important. And for those that are unaware, the Ankh, it has the eyelid because that is the feminine portion of your brain, the intake. You have the other, the masculine. You bring the masculine and the feminine together, so you have your crossroads right between them. The crossroads is the hardest place for people to move beyond on the spiritual side of things. The crossroads is difficult because it always involves a physical loss. And we all know it's not easy to lose things. It's not easy for something to just be taken and we're okay with it. But the divines, they're always looking, they're always watching, they're watching us grow up. You know, people say, oh, it's a test, oh, it's a test, oh, it's a test. My mother didn't test me throughout my life. That's not what it was. She worked with me. She worked with me. She understood me. As I could move forward, she put new stuff in front of me. If I couldn't move forward, well, then that new stuff was never put in front of me. I couldn't, you know? Definitely not religious. All right. What's up, Aladdin James? So we've got a few individuals new to the room. They're like, "What is this? What's going on? Is it this? Is it that?" I like to share wisdom of what I've learned. I enjoy learning from all sources. Uh, People are quick to judge information. Ooh, it's use the word and I'm offended by. Ooh, everybody got all these rules they stuck in. And I'm like, fuck that shit. It exists in the world. I want to taste it. I want to see what it's like. I want to see if it's any good. Maybe I could do something good with it. Maybe everybody else did bad with it. But my heart is not their heart. I know what my heart's guided towards, and I know what I do, and I know what I can recognize. And unless I get to have an interaction with it, psh, I don't. I believe darn near squat about what anybody else said. I don't judge. I don't judge beforehand, and I don't judge afterhand. I calculate. That's what I do. I calculate. And the only way to properly calculate is to bring in all information pertaining to whatever is being learned, digested, brought in. In my youth, I learned so much how people lie and play tricks, emotional games. They use words for confusion. Why? To keep using my ass, to keep using me to do whatever they wanted or were into. And that's why they lied to me, and that's why they had to do all these things to me. And after all those years, religion, people, family, and all of it, shit, I climbed out of that misery. I climbed out of it and I fought for my happiness. Nobody gonna give you your happiness. You have to fight for it. You have to fight emotionally, you have to fight mentally, you have to be rigorous in your veracity to keep to the one you're honoring, to the one you're building. You are the temple, you are the cathedral, you are the memory of experience. It's for you, life is for you. If other people are going to learn from us, they're going to look, they're going to get curious, they're going to ask questions, and when they ask those questions, they ain't going to throw down another answer super fast, another question super fast. They're going to wait and they're going to listen. And that's how you know if somebody you're helping really wants to stay on the go, or whether they're really just being jealous and in a distraction to your life, getting you involved in situations that are going to do you harm, because they couldn't hurt you, they tried everything, so they're going to make sure you get put in bad situations with bad people. And anything I can say or share so that you can see your environment and evaluate somebody else's behavior before their words can convince you of a lie, damn, that's what I'm doing. That's what I care about. I care less. Like, I tell people regularly, don't follow me. You might listen, take in, get some ideas. Cool. But if I'm doing anything, it's to help you discover who you are. Because when you discover who you are, well, then nobody can lie to you about who you, what you, or anything you. Because you know you. And you know what somebody else saying, whether it's true or not. You don't gotta go argue with it. Guess what? All them people who listen to what the other person's saying bad about you, and then they treating you like that, they've had their head in one book their whole life, and they're blind to everything else. That's that person can't help you in life. They can't even help themselves. That's why they always got problems. That's why they never doing good. They get some money, they have a good time, they blow it all in less than 12 hours, more like 4 hours, and then they're bum, fuck, screwed off person again. Because they're not stable. And one thing my mama taught me how to do, God rest and bless her soul, is how to be stable. I don't need nobody's fucking acknowledgement. I don't need nobody's approval. I don't need nobody to pat me on the back and say, yeah, you earned my. Fuck all that. What I do in life is what I choose to do in life. And everything else, everybody going to have a different idea or story to talk about it. But I know what I did in my heart and the one I'm connected to, Mama and Papa. They know why I did what I did. That's my only judge and juror. My papa and my mama. Everybody else can take a flying patootie wherever else they want to go with it. Psh. And to be stable in who you are and to discover life and to be happy in your character, that's what I'm after. That's what I want for you right there. That's what I want for as many people as I could, as I can. My daughters, they were killed. Accident, car accident. Years, a couple years, 2, 3 years, 3 years ago. My mom, she was my best friend. She passed on. I say I don't have any other family. They all disowned me. Wife kicked me to the curb. Dad said he don't want a son. Religion said, nah, you thinking a little too crazy for us. You're talking with the devil. Get the fuck out of here. So before they had a chance to tell me that, I went and told people, I'm going somewhere else. See ya. Deuces. So for my daughters not being here, then I will share with anybody who wants to learn. Because my life has seen plenty of misery, and I have conquered much of that loss and regained and kept myself and stayed connected to everything that was love and true. And I never lost sight of being a father. I don't necessarily need to go have a child. I don't need to be engaged in that format necessarily, per se, because there's plenty of people in the world who did not have a mom or dad. Straight up. And as much as I could do, shoot, I'll do it. I do it every day I can. Because that's what I know how to be. Not the one that shows up in person and fixes the situation, but the one that was like, yo, just look over that direction. And then you become aware of it and you can fix everything in your own life because I just like, you're like, psh, you put the rest together. Every man and woman can lead their own life. You are the savior of your story. You choosing, I tell you, that is one of the biggest things I learned in my life, and nobody taught it to me, but I just learned it. Like I just did it. You make a decision in life, then you decide to stand by that decision. You decide to live by that decision. It changes how you approach life now. And I've done that quite a many times. Once or twice I made a change. I said, nah, I don't like the results from this change. So I said, I'm gonna make a decision, and we're just gonna go with this other direction. Just gonna close that one off. That's okay. That's acceptable. You see something you're doing is causing problems. It was a new idea, and the problems outweigh the good. Well, time to put that one away. That one don't even go on the shelf. You just trash that idea. Move on to something else, or go back to the way it was. But always able to evaluate. That's what Cetra means. Set is the dark, the chaos. Ra is the light, the order. And the CH, the chi in the middle, that's you. That's your energy. That's what you choose to do with it. And that's the reality is we all have that dark and chaos within us. And we all have and seek that order and that light that exists, like emits from us. And most people, they ignore one of those portions. But Setra is really saying, look, you bring those two in together and you make the best decision you can for every situation. You know, I have met some situations that have been so ugly and so horrible that all the love and goodness in the world did not fix or help the situation, and all the good and loveness in the world couldn't get me out of the situation. So I had to reach down to that dark side and go somewhere that was going to fix that problem. I ain't saying any bad, harmful deed or anything like that, but yo, when you got to defend and move on with your life, you got to do what you got to do. And being able to make a decision in your life and alter your behavior from that decision, biggest thing you can do, because you can make changes every day. You could change up, you could stay solid. You're exploring life. You're seeing what your boundaries, what your limits are, and everybody else making some comment along the way. Well, they lost in confusion because, as we talked about, we have the Sahu person. Sahu is the first level of man. This first level of human is someone who is just going to act and react instinctually. I'm hungry, I seek food. I'm happy, I laugh and play. Somebody did something that hurt me, I scream and get angry. I'm simply reacting to my environment. Instincts popping in. I'm alive. Then we move up to the second stage of man, the Ab man, the evolved man. This individual, they're like, yo, they've had some type of spiritual awakening. They're like, yo, I've been reborn. They seek God, they seek Buddha, they seek the good stuff. They're trying to learn. They don't live there, but you have an interest. You're there, checking it out, becoming aware of life. More things are opening up to you. You're starting to meditate. Then you have the third and final evolution of man, and that is the Ba. That is your connected spirit with the divine, being able to have this beautiful intuition flowing through you to be able to guide your life each and every day. And so, as one is able to mature and grow and develop in their own course, thus they can affect the very space and environment around them, not just the space, but the events. There are things going on in the world, and people ask me, well, how do you feel about what's happening here? And how do you feel about what's happening there? And what do you think about this person and what they're saying over here? Well, I'll tell you what. The energy. What I think the whole damn world got some sort of problem with it. It all needs a little fixing. There's problems all around. Got all sorts of people running around doing sorts of crazy things. It's the only thing I can truly think and want and focus on is not even a response or reply to how I feel about what's happening, but it is emitting a new frequency of presence that doesn't allow those types of things to exist. I'm not talking about death here, but it just says, nope, we're going to create a new space. We're going to create a new vibration. Temperature is going to shift, relaxing, and I'm going to continue focusing on that because I know I've affected the world. You've affected the world. You've seen it. You've seen how you enter a place and can change the environment. You know, like me? What? I never noticed nothing. Sure. Pay attention to people, pay attention to their behaviors, and you'll start seeing. That's a lot to go through, Christopher. That's a lot to go through. Damn. Fish Cat asked, how did I grieve? It's a great name. Um, how did I grieve with the loss of my daughters? Okay. Okay, so it's it's a longer explanation than just how did I grieve. Up to this point, my mother had passed away. My mother was my best friend in life. At the end of my mother's life, she she had brain cancer and getting chemo treatments. And when she actually had gotten brain surgery, my mother, she wasn't Rosemary wasn't Rosemary anymore. It changed. That changed. Like once a month, she would be like who she was, but she wasn't her anymore. And so I had my wife and my two daughters at that time, and I had to focus on taking care of them and creating a future and making sure that that could stand and last. And so I literally emotionally disconnected from my best friend, from my mother, like without anybody telling me to or anything like that. That's what I did. I had to. She wasn't who she was anymore. She wasn't. And I had two little girls. And if I went down that rabbit hole at that time, I would have destroyed the life of my daughters and my wife. I couldn't deal with that sadness while anybody was around. So everybody just told me to get out of their life, and that was easy enough. And so I dealt with my mom, and every day I thought about my mom and who she was, the good times, the bad times. And then after about 3 years of remembering my mom, then I started to like be her. Then I started to like live her qualities and her attributes. And I started to understand my mom more. And then things my mom had told me in life that she wasn't around to further explain or tell me anything more. By living her life, I started experiencing the answers to my questions because I could see how me and my mom are alike, and then I could see what her behaviors actually caused people to do and treat her and say, and things I experienced by proxy but didn't know the intricate minutia details about. So then, like after 5 or 7 years, then yep, then then when I looked in the mirror, I just saw my mom, and I knew my actions at that point were no longer just Christopher. And so I was able to morph myself to actually embody my mother, but retain who I am as well. And that brings a certain awareness where, like any emotional sadness, is literally that's converted, it's transmuted into positivity, into good deeds. It doesn't matter if it's negative pain, chaotic pain. It doesn't matter what the pain or the emotion is. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative to me. The emotion is energy. So I have this emotion of pain, and I literally convert it into positive deeds. It's positive energy within me and through the lens of love. And when my daughters had passed away, uh, it's like 10 years after my mom, there before I heard from any person or anything like that, their spirits came to me and started chatting with me. And I happened to go. I didn't necessarily have full understanding in the first moment. But when it started, I went to a temple and there was a ceremony I went to, and they were inclined to share what the ceremony was about. How 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 they were inviting the souls of the deceased so as to guide them to wherever they need to go next. Like you go into heaven or another planet or whatever. Like they weren't there for judgment. They were just explaining how the deceased souls around they cause people problem. Normal people, they don't know how to interact with these souls, with the spirits. So the less kind of floating around, the better. And that was one of the works going on. And that was the night that I saw my daughters uh, amongst the ceremony, but they were deceased. It was their spirit I was seeing. And so then for the preceding years, I consciously perceived them every single day and interacted with them every single day. And when you're a shaman and you're interacting with spirits, you know, you know when a spirit's present. They'll keep doing something to get your attention. They'll keep causing you to trip up on whatever it is you're tripping up on until you acknowledge them. That's why it keeps happening. Acknowledge them respectfully. And and so then uh, within the past year, I literally I literally, with my mind's eye, no drugs, no substance, no nothing, just totally sober, meditation, in my own mind, I saw my mother and my daughters ascend. I saw them move. If you could, if you saw your loved one move into heaven, if you saw their soul like officially move the fuck into heaven, after that sadness don't kick in. Not like that. Not like that. But I tell you what I did not explain was that it didn't matter where my body was. When my mom died, my daughters were not a part of my life. Like, everybody kicked me out of their life. Everybody did. My daughters were too young, anyways, not getting into all of that, but it didn't matter where I was. I could be in a place laid up with gold everywhere, or I could have been holed up in the hole in the ground, quite literally. And when the pain of the loss of my mother and the loss of my daughters, when that pain hits threefold, it don't matter where you are. It don't matter where I was. It don't matter what was going on. That's the greatest pain I ever felt. And that's all they can do to you. That's what I realized. That's all this world's going to do to you. It just wants to break your spirit. It wants to take your emotions down so that you can't stop, so that you cannot stand. They want you to become frugal in your mind. They want you to be stuck in the mud. They want you to lose your strength. But that's all they can do is just make you feel sad. That's all they got. They can't take my body. They can't take my life. They can't break my bone. They can't do nothing. Oh, oh. I'm gonna do so much good in this world, they're gonna hate the fuck out of me. That's what I saw in those moments of pain. That's where my fucking end lies. Till the end becomes the beginning. That energy is fuel. It's that emotion. That emotion is the energy. That energy is the fuel. And I'll do so much good with it. All those days. All those days that were stolen from me. Karma exists, bitches. All I got to do is wait. That's all I got to do. That's why I don't have enemies that prevail against me. I'll say it plainly. Because karma, I already know the cards I'm holding. I don't give a fuck less what anybody else got at that table. You can't, you can't, you can only live with that kind of pain. You can only become familiar with it. You can only get to know them real good because you're gonna be your best friend, in the darkest days of this earth. And it ain't gonna go nowhere. That's what I learned from my mom. There's some events that you're gonna go through, and it don't matter what anybody ever does. It'll never change the feeling that you have within you. That connection is love. And for me, the greatest realization is that connection. The other person didn't die. My mom's not dead. My daughters aren't dead. They're conscious. I know their vibration is real. And because of that, well, it changes everything. I might be here physically all by myself, but I see my mama and my daughters work in ways that the only way I can talk to you is say Divine Father and Mother. This is the importance of your thoughts. You could think happy thoughts about all the people that you've ever known, regardless whether they're happy or mad or anything. And you can live in a world of peace because there's no shadows around you. There's no dark spaces in your mind or your heart. Everything's lit up. Nothing's being ignored. Because of that, you're honoring Set, the chaos, the dark. You're not worshiping it. You're honoring the fuck out of it. You're remembering. And because you remember, you know, because you know you're aware, because you're aware, you know that that exists within anybody and everybody that you can walk up to. And now the righteous light and order of your consciousness, the raw of your being, don't want to hurt, harm, or do nothing bad or ill to anybody else. Everybody got enough damage already. And so, if anything, a positive inspiration, a positive encouragement, a refusal to join an unhealthy argument. If it doesn't have participants, then it ain't a thing. It requires you to be there to encourage or to make happen whatever's happening. And so you can choose your environment. You can choose who you want to support, who you want to give your blessings to. Because until then, sometimes we help the wrong people and then they go hurt other people in other ways. If somebody treats you bad and you're their friend, just imagine everybody else they treat in that way. That's the mentality that I got to. Those are lessons I learned. And everything I get on here and I share, my mind has been in so many places. Talking about looking for answers. Oh, I found them all right. But that's why your peace and your presence is so important, because some didn't have to go through that great of a loss. Some didn't have to experience those things. And so your happiness and your joy and who you are, and as you dress and go out into the world and just be yourself and make some friends, you never know who you just made happy. You don't know what kind of world you might have just flipped upside down for the positive. people like to be acknowledged for the good that they've done or see the good that they've done, see the reward, see the, oh man, I saw their reaction. Yeah, they're really happy. A real hero, a real hero don't stick around to get all them pats on the back because they too busy flying off to take care of the next problem, to save somebody else, to build them up so that they could save themselves. They ain't sticking around to see what you done. Moving on. That's 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 the journey. That's the adventure in life. Nice. So actually, it's a pretty good question. Somebody asked, who was it? What can I do when the devil wants to reach me? Good question. Now, if you consider that type of energy, devil, negative, whatever you want to embody in that regard, let's just call it chaos. Well, if chaos comes around, stand in your stability, in your integrity. That tree's roots are going to go deep into the earth so that when a storm comes, it's not easily uprooted. One thing I've learned is a very, very important thing: the love to live one vibrational energy, your happiness, your joy, your connection of who you are. All that love, it doesn't mix with chaos like that. Not like that. Not that kind of bad. Those are two different energies. It's like oil and water. They won't dance around each other, but they're not going to mix up. All you got to do is turn your back on its presence and remember who you are. That's why it's important. That's why it's important to know who you are. People are so busy wondering about who other people are and what they're up to, and trying to understand other people. To understand yourself and to be connected with that, well, then you'll know if that presence ever shows up, they ain't got nothing on you. That chaos, it can't touch you. You're repelling its energy just by your own vibrational frequency. You are an electromagnetic being, and whatever you desire to draw to you or to send away from you is what you can resonate. And so, really, that's why it's important to choose who you want to hang out with, because you're going to invite that kind of energy into your life. If you have a friend or an associate and their life is always a flux and a mess and chaotic, and you keep hanging out with them and sharing drinks, then you're sharing mind space, you're sharing heart space. Energy and information is transferring both ways, and their energy will graft to you. I'm going to use the bathroom, and we'll be right back. Tell you what, to each their own. To each their own. You want to know why all them scriptures in that Bible was written? It wasn't for you or me or anybody to tell it to anybody. It wasn't for me or you to read it to anybody. No, no. It was all meant for self reflection and self application. For my life of what I've been through, scripture, sacred text from anywhere in the world, when it's used to argue, when it's used to tell somebody to do something, they got the wrong fucking message and the wrong fucking heart. Up and down, left and right, they screwed. All them scriptures are for you. Repent? Fuck that shit. Why don't you live what you want to be to the utmost? And if you're an ugly, vile motherfucker, at least you know it and everybody can see it plain as day. You're going to find people just like you. They out there. If you all good in love, then you're going to be who you are and you're going to find people who are like you out there. Live the life you want. Be who you want to be. Did not God and your free will, you got a body, you own it. You don't have to pay for the body. You got to pay for water, you got to pay for a roof, you got to pay for food, but you don't have to pay for your flesh because you own it. It's your brain and your thoughts that control your body. And when we're subject to other people and then their mind tricks and their use of words and scripture and law to say, change who you are and do what I say, that's where it's all lost. That's where it's all lost. You ever done a good deed for a person? Is that the kindness of your heart? And then one day something happens and you make some comment. Well, I did that thing, I did that good deed, and you never did anything back. In that comment, that good deed was never a good deed. Ever. Because that deed was only done so you could get something out of it. It wasn't a gift. A good deed is a gift. Take it and use it how you want. You vile and ugly and want to talk that way, I'm sure we got a bunch of people that are going to have you see your way on out the door. You'll find your own environment. It's out there. People hating on each other all day long. That's where I got lost in life. That's where I got really lost in life. It's when I was a Jehovah's Witness. 28 years. Go knock on them doors. Go tell people what I know. And if anybody tried to tell me anything differently, I'm not like that anymore. It's the way I was. Then they were wrong. And I was right. And they should change their ways and start following what I said. Because what I said, the big group said. And the big group, they talked to God, supposedly. Supposedly. And when I realized that I needed to learn a lot more, I stopped telling people to live differently. Because that was not the purpose of life. That's not life. Share who you are. That's life. Get your own scriptures that you remember of your own life. Chaos and June of whatever. Love and this of whatever. Create your own chronicles. Write your own stories. We need new stories. We need new philosophers. We need people pushing the limits of our minds and our technology, helping society strive for all sorts of things. Science, all of it. We need to save our world, and the only way we can do that is by coming together and seeing each other's fruits, their goods, their worths, their positives. Do they got some problem? You bet your dollar they do. Everybody got a problem. I don't care about focusing on that. I want to focus on what we could do together. I want to focus on what we could do. I want to focus on that specialty because they got a gift and that dude got a gift and they got some awesome thing. And I'm like, dude, if we put those three together, bah, telling you it'll be something awesome. I used to have a buddy, and he was always that doom and gloom. Change your way. It's like, dude, like just gonna beat people over like that all the time. You got your own pains. Shit. Come together, let's give each other a hug. I love you. I love you all. Thank you all. But before I get into this next one is a story called "The Other Gods." But before I do, Earth Angel Daughter Goddess. Boom. We'll make you a moderator. And my email, you can leave a comment on one of my videos or shoot me an email, Setchra, Setchra, at yahoo.com. Setchra at yahoo.com. That's my email. Or, like I said, just drop a message. And I am looking for a bit of a team to get going on YouTube that can kind of bring, and there's obviously a lot more options on YouTube by monetizing and doing this, and then you can offer that and sway to, anyways, definitely. Bro, definitely, bro. Actually, it's funny because I made a video about that quite some time ago, and it was on TikTok. And I think the video has like, if not a million views, it's got, I think it does have a million views now. Or it's hundreds of thousands, anyways. And it's interesting how to find a few people out of a whole, a lot. But that's why dreams are great to have. If you shoot for like the sun, like there's so many things between here and there that you just might reach, and sometimes you gotta shelve that idea for a good long while, but who knows when in your future time it comes and you're able to really apply that vision and that dream because that opportunity happens to come up. But again, um, my email is Setchra at yahoo.com. Setchra, Setchra at yahoo.com. And just make sure you type in that email correctly or shoot me, leave a message on one of the videos I've got. And we'll chat, whatnot, see how things go. Boom. Thank you for interest in all of that goodness. Oh, um, so this next one, I want to move on. Well, we can chat some more. The pin. The pin. Oh, that's kind of funny. That's a whole nother. That's a whole nother. You just kind of. That's funny. The dude's like the pin. So before, this phrase was always seen differently. The pen is mightier than the sword. I get this question often in life, and so it's a valid answer to give. People ask me all the time when I'm walking out in public. I might put a vest on if I'm going inside somewhere or whatever, but like, this is me. And people, that's one of the primary questions people ask me. They say, so why are you dressed like that? Because I'm dressed for life. ask me where I'm going. Where's the party? See, I never got to go to the parties. Like, I got to go to like one party, one house party, and I've been to, like a concert, but I never got to be a part of that stuff, those scenes with a bunch of people. I've just learned to live this 24/7. For me, it's not a weekend gig. For me, it's not a spirituality is not something like I dabble in. That's my profession. That's what I work with 24/7. That's where my mind, my heart, if I'm watching something, if I'm playing a video game, if I'm reading a book, anything I'm looking at in life, I'm applying it through like at least three different aspects of view of how it could apply to my life or what's happening metaphorically, abstractly, logically, whatever this case or circumstance, I am pulling in this information so that I can take in my world and understand it with more sight than I have before. Because the more you can see, the more that the mind can grasp, is the more you'll understand the process that others are going through, and it'll let you navigate life with far less bumps in your road. But I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, suit, tie, clean clothing, all that stuff. And when I look down at myself, I'm like, oh, I'm not stuck in religion no more. I'm free. This is a reminder to me I'm free. I don't have to wear somebody's uniform to life. I get to wear what I want to life. If I'm going inside somewhere, of course I'm going to put on a vest or, cover my chest. I'm going to be respectful on that end, but I'm still me. I'm going to be who I am. I don't need to change for anybody, and that's acceptable. That's what you're capable of. But to do so is a path of growth, a path of enlightenment, a path of a separation from the crowd. But I see something different happening these days. In the past, one would, in order to really be on the spiritual path, one really has to disconnect from society and they really lose connection with friends. They really go through a state, through a elongated phase of isolation. And it's isolation because recognizing the environment that other people have been giving to our emotional self, our resonance, has not been healthy. It might have been watering, but that water was poisoned. It was not pure. It wasn't really helping us in the long run. And so, in that isolation, we find ourselves, we go into meditation, we go into the shadow work. And when we emerge to walk amongst the world and have somebody look at you or say something, one has to be prepared. Well, I'm not reacting negatively to anything because I'm not doing this for a show to anybody. I'm doing this because this is who I am. This is what makes me feel good. This is what causes me to feel comfortable in my environment and how I am. Why does a child dress a certain way that's so unique when they go to school? Because that's how they feel like dressing. That's how they feel comfortable. There's nothing wrong in that. I think that's a beautiful thing to captivate throughout the longevity of life. People I've noticed certain things in life, and I've noticed how people will mm, people imitate other people. And just to be very direct, I see how some other people imitate myself. And then I see comments of people and they're like, oh, you can't copy this or whatever the case. And let's say someone else, whatever. However you want to apply it. Take me out of the situation. I don't care. But you get what I'm going with. But to me, it's not a bad to me, it's a compliment. It's a compliment if somebody adapts, becomes, try something different, especially if it was something I did or threw down and they're doing their own version of it, copying it, whatever. That's cool. What? Whoa. Huh? Like, dang. That cool. That's cool. I don't see negative in it. I don't. And I because that's what my journey of life has been, and growing up and different musicians in bands I've loved, and then hearing them and they talk about, yeah, my inspiration was this guy and this musician and da 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 da, and I'm hearing names pop out of musicians that my mom was into back in them days and whatnot. I'm like, dude, all right. And that's what we do. We're always, the next generation is inspired by those who are around them, and so I that's what I've done in life. I am a collective of the positive inspirations that I've pulled together. And in many of those times, I copied it or did my version of it or whatever the case. Guess I was trying something else out in life. Do I like this? No. Okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. Did I like the way that did? Yeah, I'm going to keep doing that. And after long enough, it just becomes part of your nature. And your nature, you live your nature 24/7, all the time. It's not a gimmick. It's not selling. It's not changing for an environment. It becomes your ability. It becomes your craft. It becomes your magic. And as I've mentioned before, magic is nature. Nature is magic. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. I'll say that again. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. Magic. It is. It truly is your connection with nature. And so when we share and we talk about the other gods, when we share and we talk about other languages and other systems, oracle systems, tarot systems, the blueprint for this, fairy tales from there, Celtic tales, so forth and so on. All of these are different aspects to be aware of. Always learning and always putting together, most often where others have not. Atop the tallest of earth's peaks dwell the gods of earth, and suffered no man to tell that he hath looked upon them. Lesser peaks they once inhabited, but ever the men from the plains would scale the slopes of rock and snow, driving the gods to higher and higher mountains, till now only the last remains. Then they left their old peaks, they took with them all signs of themselves, save once it said, when they left a carven image on the face on the mountain, which they called Nagranet. But now they have betaken themselves to unknown Kadath in the cold waste, where no man treads, and are grown stern, having no higher peak where to flee at the coming of men. They are grown stern, and where once they suffered men to displace them, they now forbid men to come, or coming to depart. It is well for men that they know not of Kadath and the cold waste, else they would seek injudiciously to scale it. Sometimes, when the earth's gods are homesick, they visit in the still night the peaks where once they dwelt, and weep softly as they try to play in the olden way on remembered slopes. Men have felt the tears of the gods on white-capped Thorai, though they have thought it rain, and have heard the sighs of the gods in the plaintive dawn winds of Lerion. In cloud ships the gods are wont to travel, and wise cotters have legends that keep them from certain high peaks at night when it is cloudy, for the gods are not lenient as of old. In Ulthor, which lies beyond the river Sky, once dwelt an old man avid to behold the gods of earth, a man deeply learned in the seven cryptical books of San, and familiar with the Bannadic manuscripts of a distant and frozen Lomar. His name was Barzai the Wise, and the villagers tell how he went up a mountain on the night of the strange eclipse. Barzai knew so much of the gods that he could tell of their comings and goings, and guessed so many of their secrets that he was deemed half a god himself. It was he who wisely advised the burgesses of Urthar when they passed the remarkable law against the slaying of cats, and who first told the young priest Artal where it is that black cats go at midnight on St. John's Eve. Barzai was learned in the lore of the earth gods, and had gained a desire to look upon their faces. He believed that his great secret knowledge of gods could shield him from their wrath, so resolved to go up to the summit of high and rocky Hatherkla on a night when he knew the gods would be there. Hatherkla is far in the stony desert beyond Hathed, for which it is named, and rises like a rock statue in a silent temple. Around its peak the mists play always mournfully, for mists are the memories of the gods, and the gods loved Hathor when they dwelt upon it in the old days. Often the gods of earth visit Hathor in their ships of cloud, casting pale vapors over the slopes as they dance reminiscently on the summit under a clear moon. The villagers of Hatheg say it is ill to climb Hathekla at any time, and deadly to climb it by night when pale vapors hide the summit and the moon. But Barzai heeded them not when he came from neighboring Ulthar with the young priest Atal, who was his disciple. Atal was the only son of an innkeeper and was sometimes afraid, but Barzai's father had been a landgrave who dwelt in an ancient castle, so he had no common superstition in his blood, and only laughed at the fearful cotters. Barzai and Atal went out of Artheg into the stony desert despite the prayers of peasants, and talked of earth's gods by their campfires at night. Many days they travelled, and from afar saw lofty Hathor with his aureole of mournful mist. On the 13th day they reached the mountain's lonely base, and Atal spoke of his fears. But Barzai was old and learned, and had no fears, so led the way boldly up the slope that no man had scaled since the time of Sansu, who is written with the fright in the moldy Bannadic manuscripts. The way was rocky and made perilous by chasms, cliffs, and falling stones. Later it grew cold and snowy, and Barzai and Atal often slipped and fell as they hewed and plodded upwards with staves and axes. Finally the air grew thin, and the sky changed color, and the climbers found it hard to breathe, but still they toiled up and up, marveling in the strangeness of the scene, and thrilling at the thought of what would happen on the summit when the moon was out and the pale vapor spread around. For 3 days they climbed higher toward the roof of the world. They came up to wait for the clouding of the moon. For 4 nights no clouds came, and the moon shone down cold through the thin, mournful mists around the silent pinnacle. Then on the 5th night there was the night of the full moon. But as I saw some dense clouds far to the north, and stayed up with the toll to watch them draw near. Thick and majestic they sailed, slowly and deliberately onward, ranging themselves round the peak high above the watchers, and hiding the moon in the summit from view. For a long hour the watchers gazed while the vapors swirled, and the scene of clouds grew thicker and more restless. Barzai was wise in the lore of Earth's gods and listened hard for certain sounds. But Atal felt the chill of the vapors and the awe of the night and feared much. And when Barzai began to climb higher and beckon eagerly, it was long before Atal would follow. So thick were the vapors that the way was hard, and though Atoll followed on at last, he could scarce see the grey shape of Barzai on the dim slope above the clouded moonlight. Barzai forged very far ahead, and seemed, despite his age, to climb more easily than Atoll, fearing not the steepness that began to grow too great for any save a strong and dauntless man, nor pausing at wide black chasms that a tall scarce could leap. And so they went up wildly over rocks and gulfs, slipping and stumbling, and sometimes awed at the vastness and horrible silence of black ice pinnacles and mute granite steeps. And very suddenly Barzai went out to a tall sight, scaling a hideous cliff that seemed to bulge outward and block the path for any climber not inspired of earth's gods. Atal was far below and planning what he should do when he reached the place, when curiously he noticed that the light had grown strong, as if the cloudless peak and moonlit meeting place of the gods were very near. And as he scrambled on toward the bulging cliff and lit sky, he felt fears more shocking than any had known before. Then through the high mists he heard the voice of unseen Barzai shouting wildly in delight. I've heard the gods, I've heard the earth's gods singing in revelry on Hathet Ka. The voices of earth's gods are known to Barzai the prophet. The mists are thin and the moon is bright, and I shall see the gods dancing wildly on Hathekah, and they loved in youth. The wisdom of Barzai hath made him greater than earth's gods, and against his will their spells and barriers are as naught. Barzai will behold the gods, and proud gods and secret gods, and the gods of earth who spurn the sight of men. Atal could not hear the voices Barzai heard, but he was now close to the bulging cliff and scanning it for footholds. Then he heard Barzai's voice grow shriller and louder. The mists are very thin, and the moon casts shadow on the slope. The voices of earth's gods are high and wild, and when they fear are the coming of Barzai the wise, who is greater than they. The moon's light flickers as earth's gods dance against it. I shall see the dancing forms of the gods that leap and howl in the moonlight. The light is dimmer and the gods are afraid. While Barzai was shouting these things, Atal felt a spectral change in the air, as if the laws of earth were bowing to greater laws. For though the way was steeper than ever, the upward path was now grown fearsomely easy, and the bulging cliff proved scarce an obstacle when he reached it and slid perilously up its convex face. The light of the moon had strangely failed, and as the tall plunged upward through the mists, he heard Barzai the wise shrieking in the shadows. The moon is dark, and the gods dance in the night. There is terror in the sky, for upon the moon hath sunk an eclipse foretold in no books of men nor of earth's gods. There is unknown magic in Hathaclaw, for the screams of the frightened gods have turned to laughter, and the slopes of ice shoots up endlessly into the black heavens whither I am plunging. High, high, at last, in dim light, I behold the gods of earth. And now a tall, slipping dizzily up over inconceivable steeps, heard in the dark a loathsome laughing mixed with such a cry as no man else ever heard save the phlegethorm of unrelatable nightmares. A cry wherein reverberated the horror and anguish of a haunted lifetime packed into one atrocious moment. The other gods, the other gods, the gods of the outer hells that guard the feeble gods of earth, look away, go back, do not see the vengeance of the infinite abyss, that curse, that damnable pit, merciful gods of earth, I am falling into the sky. And Azatol shut his eyes and stopped his ears and tried to jump downward against the frightful pull from unknown heights. There resounded on Hatheg Kla that terrible peal of thunder which awakened the good cotters of the plains and the honest Bargesses of Hatheg and Nir and Uthar, and caused them to behold through the clouds that strange eclipse of the moon that no book ever predicted. And when the moon came out at last, Atoll was safe on the lower snows on the mountain, without sight of earth's gods or the other gods. Now it is told in the muddy Bannatic manuscripts that Sansu found naught by wordless ice and rock when he climbed half a claw in the youth of the world. Yet when the men of Uthor and Nir and Hatha crushed their fears and scaled that haunted steep by day in search of Barzai the Wise, they found graven in the naked stone of the summit a curious encyclopedian symbol 50 cubits wide, as if the rock had been riven by some titanic chisel, and the symbol was like to one that learned men have discerned in those frightful parts of the Venodic manuscripts, which are too ancient to be read. This they found. Barzai the Wise they never found, nor could the holy priest Atoll ever be persuaded to pray for his soul's repose. Moreover, to this day the people of Ulthor and Nir Hathatic fear eclipses, and pray by night when pale vapors hide the mountain top and the moon, and above the mist of Hathakla earth's gods sometimes dance reminiscently, for they know they are safe, and love to come from unknown Kadath in ships of cloud, and play in the olden way, as they did when the earth was new, and men not given to the climbing of inaccessible places. It was Edgar Allan Poe, The Other Gods. Thank you, Earth Angel. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, everybody, for helping out and creating community and answering questions and all that kind of good stuff. Like, thank you very much. I've certainly been in that aspect of life where I kind of went through that, like those sleepless nights. Boy, uh, I burned through many video games. Those nights and days. But one thing I've really learned is the importance of sleep, the importance of rest, and that's the thing about right, things that happen in life kind of can't control it. You're just awake. Don't know how to shut it off. Don't know how to turn the engine off and go to sleep. And honestly, I don't know what I did to get from there to here, but I'll tell you where I'm at. And generally, I like to get my 8 hours of sleep. And technically, you should only like sleep like 8 hours or so, because if you sleep too much more than that, and it's not actually beneficial to the body. Whatever. Sometimes you got to catch up. That's different. But at this point, generally I'll sleep like 6 to 8 hours. I get my 8 hours, but sometimes I'll get less. I'll get a little bit less. My body will feel rejuvenated. So I'm like, all right, I'll wake up earlier. I don't feel like going back to bed. I'll go ahead and wake up early. And other times it's like I will stay up for like 2 days or so, just because like I know that it happens every so often. I don't exactly got written out on a calendar or nothing, but I know every now and then it kind of pops up on me, and I'm like, man, I don't feel like going to sleep at all. And I check the moon phase; it's like a full moon or something, and I'm like, oh, okay. I understand. I'm supposed to be doing some work tonight, so studying, creating, whatever the case. Forsaken King. So tomorrow is Sunday. Well, I'm not gonna say when I do it, but I read over it this morning earlier, and it's the blessings that I go over. It's the ancient words of power, and some moment's gonna pop up when I read that. And if you replay this today, Once it's up, you can hear me going over it again. I think I don't think I know. It's more powerful when it's live, when it's live in the moment, because the energy's active and you're actually with that energy. So maybe you were here today for that, maybe you weren't. But when you're able to be here for that, um, it can literally, it's literally had a change on people's lives for the most positive. Um, I've heard some very interesting stories. First-hand stories come right back to me after I sent the lessons out, and really, it's not that I sent them out. I just kind of turned on the connection. I'm pretty sure people would be interested in this. As somebody asked what religion I am, I don't claim any religion. Uh, my little motto on that kind of a circumstance is learn from all sources, belong to none of them. My mama taught me, she said, if you pick a side, then you're picking an enemy. So I grew up in my life kind of not picking any sides. So I just picked the human side. The human side is life. Life equals family. Family equals culture. Culture, ancestors. Man, we getting tribal. We learning there ain't no division between us because we want to just help each other. If everybody had enough food and water, you know, enough room for their family, we don't need to go hurt each other or do anything bad. Everybody be all right. Shoot. War! I'm super scary. Better watch out. Better not pout. I'm gonna hunt you down, no doubt. Rah, rah, rah. I'm so silly. Somebody typed in there, he said, and just in case you're not reading it, he said, look, this is kind of funny. Do you realize you look scary as fuck? Thank you. Thank you. Um, and in response, I'll say my ultimate lesson from embracing what I love every day, it challenges people. It challenges every single person who puts their eyes on me. One thing, are they judging the book by the cover? Please judge away so that I know who the fuck I'm dealing with. That's the mentality for you to have at life. You don't hear somebody talking anything bad about you, something they don't like, they weren't really a friend. A real friend ain't gonna agree with every single thing you say. They're gonna have a different opinion. And you're friends because you can respect each other. You'll be you, and you'll grow and develop, but you can respect each other's difference. You can respect those qualities. You don't need somebody to bend and agree with you on what you say or do. And you're able to see through somebody's clothing and their dress and their garb. You start paying attention. Because life, you think it's so straightforward and so plain, and you wonder why you got so many problems. Because you just living in la la land, wishing things were so plain and straightforward, thinking life was as easy as a rule book of playing Monopoly. Damn. When I was young because one, I lacked experience. But I did have a lot of experience. And what I was really missing, what I was really missing, it wasn't anybody that could necessarily, that was there to tell me. I didn't know any better. I had no clue. So what I thought, that's how life was. I thought this is how everybody feels. I thought this is how everybody interacts with life. And I keep getting disappointed over and over and over. Well, I wonder why, because I was completely wrong. Not everybody thinks and feels like that. People act and feel and put together things differently than I do. To be aware of that in somebody else, ooh, hmm. Don't judge the book by the cover. That's what I was taught as a kid over and 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 over. And what did people keep doing to me? They kept judging me, whether I dressed like them or not. Just kept judging me. God said, don't judge another. I ain't judging nobody. I ain't judging. What somebody else does and thinks, that's on them, ain't for me. But I do need to calculate and see my environment so I can interact with it, so I can move around it, so I could not be slowed down, distracted, or any otherwise manipulated. And so, as much as I can share those little hidden treats or those little gems of knowledge or awareness, those little incomplete puzzles to the piece, that's what I got to share with you. That's what I'm sharing. That's why I'm sharing. On the line of one of those things was something I learned, and it is how to recognize a distraction. Now, notice we might be all in the same room together right now, though each person is on their own journey. Each person, you have your own direction in life. When groups of individuals come together and they exchange ideas that are uplifting, positive, scientific, philosophical, so amazing. When people introduce information, and often it'll be personal, it'll touch home, but when people offer things that are combative or questioning of character or of your path in some negative way, these are distractions. Identify a distraction and understand that they're on their own journey and they're trying to understand too their own journey. And that's when I hone in and I'm focused on my journey. I know that the grouping is there, the exchanging is there, but the positivity, the focus means that I just don't engage the negative. I just don't engage that which does not align with my energy. Learning how to pick and choose the channels you want to tune into. Not the YouTube channel, not the TV channel, but each person is a channel. Like channeling an ancestor, channeling the divines, we channel each other. And when we choose which channels we want to tune into, then we can be within a grouping, a crowd, whatever the case, and we can be selective of what we're actually choosing to learn from and be encouraged by. And then, therefore, the distractions, they try and they exist, but they remain what they are while you continue moving forward. Apply this in life across the board into whatever fashion you can, and you're going to start to have and see success. Success that isn't something you have to work hard for. They say work smarter, not harder, yeah? For me personally, when I do a job, I wind up doing the hard job. Because I want to work out my body too. I want to get a workout too. So give me the hard work, and I'll keep up the speed. And I'm just gonna, oh man, slam dunk that. People are like, oh man, you did a great job today. And I'm like, I feel like it. Round two tomorrow, bro. 3, 4, 5, get it on going. I'm building my body with this. So I'm taking it on as, oh, I want to be there. I need that. I want that. I'm active for it. When you come like that in life towards everything, because that's just the way you are, that's the way you're vibing, that's the way you're moving, you excel beyond people's expectations because they were just expecting this, but you were aiming for much more than they ever thought about. You're not in life making demands or requests. I want this and I want gonna have that. Shoot, you got a plan, you executing your progress, and in making your progress, you were aiming where nobody else was. You had that little success, that was to a lesser mind with lesser sight, just simply serving somebody else. I'm going to serve somebody. It'll be my neighbor, or it'll be my ancestors, the divine, the spirits. As much as I can, I will embrace family, even if family doesn't recognize family. Well, thanks. Thanks. Like I was reading through the comments there here. Uh, let's see my boom for presence, for participation. Everybody gets participation badges. in the, you know, in other people will let you down in life. Other people. This is why developing your character, knowing who you are, and remembering the good deeds that you've done in your past is so important. Because this world will continually try to cause you to forget who you are. It's the only way that they can truly impede your progress is to cause memory loss. So if you haven't looked into them before, or if you would like a personal one, my email is cetra@yahoo.com. I'll give you one. But I encourage you to look up a mantra or find a mantra, something that you can focus on. Another language. Could be Sanskrit, could be Scandinavian, could be Egyptian, could be anything you choose that you can find, something real. The world is in a state of chaos. That is no doubt the reality of things. And yet, within that chaos, there is some form of order in which things are holding together. I've talked about telepathic communication, space being shared between another with another, and truly what's being shared is the heart, the mind. Everything is being shared beyond just what the verbal words are coming out. That has influence that connects with other individuals in the world, and who knows who we're connecting with, and who knows who's on that path. There are some individuals, and they have to put up a front of a certain type of character of person, because if they were to falter at being that individual at any moment, well, then everybody would see through the sham, and they would not know what to do mentally and emotionally. They would fall apart, and life would become a wreck for them. And so, for those ones that do need to stay in that way, I've known them firsthand. I knew them, had chats and talks and everything, person to person, not just spirits talk. That's why, like, somebody who lives in a world of chaos and fronts and all of that kind of stuff, like one moment of kindness, they'll rem- it'll be remembered. It'll be remembered far greater than what, like, one would think or consider. Like a healer, like, you wouldn't think or consider that. You feel bad about it afterwards, or you're dealing with it afterwards, whatever. But the other person, even though they were the bad guy or girl, whatever, because they were the bad person, they're going to remember that act of kindness. It's going to touch their heart. There are some people in the world, and the way they grew up was you fight that other person. I mean, that's just life, you kids playing. One knocks the other one down, you get in a fight, and you're laughing and hipping and hollering, best friends afterwards for the rest of your life. Because you saw the real of who somebody else was, man. They weren't going to put up with that kind of stuff that shoot. And they knew you weren't going to put up with that kind of foolishness neither. And then when you saw, hey, we got something in common. In case something goes down, we got each other's back. Yeah. All right. Let's hang out. If we ain't even accomplishing nothing, at least if something goes down, I got a buddy that can help me out. You know? That starts creating community and tribe, and there's all sorts of things that happen along that kind of a path. That's the kind of friend to find in life. And that kind of friend, man, two, three friends, that's solid right there. Don't need to be more than that. Don't need to be a group. Because when it starts to be a group, it really it changes it changes the direction, it changes the hangout, it changes the original jam that was going on. And that's when things really fall apart. So I've just learned how to dip out when things are getting to that point. Other people can't see it coming or going, but that's what I've learned a true magician is capable of, a person who has reached psychic capabilities truly. Truly. I've ignored things, and I didn't want to. I got thoughts in my head. I didn't want to believe them. I was like, nah, they ain't doing that to me. Shoot, I started getting all these videos popping up, videos of stuff I never watch or check out or listen to, but all these things popping up on my feed and everything. Exactly what's coming into my mind that I didn't say to nobody starts popping up. Shoot, people, I've had people walk up to me and talk to me about what's going on or whatever the case out of the blue. And I'm like, guess the universe really wants me to know. You can't lie to a psychic. You can try. But when you really understand your own pain that you've lived through and survived through, shoot, no more need to be put on my plate, and I don't need to put nothing more on nobody else's plate neither. Learning to set boundaries in one's own life is paramount. This is what we're this is what all this is kind of really leading to today. Like, what's the theme? What's somebody asked earlier? I saw something that said, "What's the quest today? What is our quest? Give us a quest for today." The quest, the point, the tip of the spear today would be healthy boundaries. Creating healthy boundaries in life. Sure, you've accepted a certain action from somebody you know on a regular basis, but you know what? You never like the way they do that to you. So you're going to set a boundary. And I'll even give you the one, two, three of it too. Okay, so there's something they say all the time. They say it in jest, but it always hurts my feelings. So I'm gonna change things up, and I'm gonna mention I'm gonna ask this person if they would please be considerate. You know, I don't really appreciate this behavior. I know that I've been just letting it be as it is. I don't want to create no stirs or anything. But I really not. I don't like that. I don't like that. If you don't mind stopping, please. And go about your day. It doesn't matter if they say yes or no or whatever. It's not really a request. You're more just making them aware of it. And so if they respond in that way in the future, now I'm not going to repeat myself. A person with a capable mind and 2 feet, they should be able to remember our conversation yesterday, something kind of heartfelt and whatnot. And if their behavior persists, then my actions is going to be to ignore them. Maybe you're in a business environment and that doesn't really allot for your business environment, then start taking note of it. Write that mug down right now, date it, sign it, log it. And the next time they do it, and write down how it makes you feel and how your whole day was poor performance after that because you just slow and da 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 whatever the case. Write it all down. Log it down. And then start ignoring the crap out of them. And if that's what they're using and saying, if they're bringing that old behavior, go on about like nothing's happened. And do what you're going to do anyways. You set a boundary. And if they don't want to respect it, then you're not going to engage. There's now a boundary in life. You don't have to get angry. You know that they're going to be upset. You know they're going to buck, right? That's why you have to, that's why this time is for you to remain calm and just to maintain the boundary. You're not attacking back. You're not reacting back. You're just maintaining your boundary, a healthy boundary. And somebody who can respect that boundary, you never had to tell them or you never had to do anything bad back, and they respected that boundary. And, you know, they even slipped up once. Say, I'm sorry. Oh, you know, boom. Great thing. Wow. What? Now that's a friend. Now that is somebody that you can actually start to talk with because they're going to respect the boundary, even on a change up. They're going to respect it. Ooh, ooh. This tells me something about their character. It tells me about something. I don't know if their mom or their papa taught it to them, but damn, they put one and two together and they know something in life. So, I hope things stay on a positive note. I ain't trying to make a whole bunch of crazy boundaries, but just one healthy boundary. That would be a positive thing to have. Because then you learn how to protect your own field, your own energy, your own essence, the natural joy of life that you have within you, that you wake up with you, that you used to wake up with. You can wake up with that joy again, and you protect it. You protect it through healthy boundaries. Mm-hmm. Well, congratulations, JG Bo 25. So just finished my MBA this week. Okay, somebody said, Shrewy96, how do you know you're just subconsciously acting to confirm your own beliefs? How do you know if, I'm going to add in the word if you're just subconsciously acting to confirm your own beliefs? Whew. All right. Hmm. This is actually a magical formula. This is a big portion of manifestation. When one pays attention to their environment, you're going to be aware of where you want to go in life. Even just the heading. You may not know exactly where you're going to end up, but you know which direction you're aiming at in life. Now, there are moments when epiphanies will pop into the mind, and there are other moments when one sees two events separated, but just like one would say in a coincidence of a moment, it's like, whoa, it grabs your attention. And if you've ever been in that moment and you had friends or family or someone around you, they notice and they're like, what'd you stop for, bro? What's up? What grabs your attention? You're like, nothing. And you just move on. Because it was nothing significant, nothing that anybody else would put together, but somehow you saw a connection between two separate events. You saw a singularity, you saw a moment of oneness, of unity. Now be aware that as an individual, people are very much on the shamanic path. Everybody can be, and as far as I see it, is on the path, whether they know it or not. That's the path ahead. Their connection is going to bring them into union with their gift. And that's the seed of the whole quest of finding your gift, is that path. Starting from there, that's really the real starting point. And you have the ability, when your whole body, when your mind, body, and soul is in union, you arrange the matter in front of the environment that comes before you. Some people need to have certain elements present in a whole ceremony. But for what I've seen, there are some individuals, many individuals, and they do these things on the fly without needing a single thing. And the future in front of them, some, they can't make heads or tails, whether they're creating their future, whether they're creating their reality, or whether they're lost. It's called an imagination, and your mind can think anything it wants. Remember your roots and who you are and the world we live in. Don't lose connection on that. Let your let your body be an anchor and let your soul tether off on just let it sail to the heights of the heavens. That's where that's where creation comes from, and you are a co-creator. We are co-creators in this world, and we can create a beautiful future. And that's my constant return to positivity, constant sight of learning from everything around me and seeing something brighter than what most would prefer to put forth out into the world. I remain hopeful, and not just hopeful, but working in those endeavors of providing that kind of environment on the world. And no matter how small or where one may be in life, at the beginning to getting onto the journey and being finding their path, finding their specialty craft. That's why life is a journey. Alex Fraser is like, I'm trying to imagine where you keep your phone with the TV, generally speaking. Oh, for the live? Sure, why not? In my room. So, like, here, that's where I keep my, I keep it right here. Like, like right there. um, so FU Elon Musk. Hey, yeah, great name. No, my email is cetra at yahoo.com, SETCHRA at yahoo.com. If you're serious, pretty much I can hook you up with whatever you need. Uh, I've had somebody come up and they've asked me for some components, and I was like, I don't exactly have what you're looking for, but come on down. I'm pretty sure I can get what you need. And I looked up the components, and I was like, I didn't have exactly what they were looking, but what I had created of my own literally was the exact same residence and material like they needed. So, sure, just send me an email. I don't have anything active on YouTube right now, but I need to get like a shop going, and I need to. That would definitely be right up my alley to start up and do. And I don't know, whatever the case. Yeah, shoot me an email. Okay, well, okay. I'll show you some more of my room. Let me turn on a phone. I got another phone. It's not got a camera to record, but it's I use it for a flashlight. But yeah, somebody was like, it was funny. But like the way I dress up, the way I am, that's that's just normal to me. Having fun. And I tell you what, they dressed up for ceremonies to ward off evil spirits. They dress up for Halloween and other celebrations around the world modernly in very offensive and scary clothing. Some go house to house asking for candy, trick or treat. Shoot, if I was a house, I'm gonna give you a trick. Ha 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 ha! I would play a trick. I'm just playing. I give you the trick was that I was not gonna give you candy, but I'll give you candy. You know, something like that. But truly, like I looked at that and I was like, okay, so they dress up only at a special time to scare away bad spirits. Then I'm gonna dress up all the fucking time. I'm gonna scare away the spirits all the fucking time. Why only at one time of the year? Screw that crap. And funny enough, interesting enough, people might make their comments online. That should be expected. But in public, and that's. I can't remember the last time somebody came at me with sideways with a comment in public. I can't. I can't. Because generally speaking, those types of people got bad ideas in their mind, and those bad ideas lead to them being a bully, and a bully, they don't pick on the unknown. They like to pick on something they're very familiar with. They like an easy win, an easy target. So I find that the bad spirits are very much connected to bad people. So dressing up keeps them the fuck away from me. And people who have a loving heart, they come up and they're like, what you dress like that for? Or people who understand and totally get me, they just come up and it's just a hug. It's just a straight up hug. What's up? You don't even need to tell me a word. You fam. We don't even need to chat it up or nothing. I just want a hug from fam. Hope you have a blessed day. Shoot. Actually, I used to have a little coffee shop. Now, look, I'm going to do a little tour of the room here in a little bit. But honestly, I'm going to go use the bathroom first, real quick. But before I do that, somebody said, hey, your mascara is running. That's good. Nobody made that comment yet. and Fish Cat. I used to have a coffee shop, and I literally use holy water. I've learned how to literally create holy water. No joke. Put it under my microscope, and that's what I made the coffee with. And it was like tarot. It was free tarot readings and coffee by donation. Like you had to donate for the coffee. Got to donate something for the coffee, because like I can't afford that. But the tarot reading, boom! I threw down the tarot readings for free, and yeah, yeah, I like that. When I get back, we'll do a whole room tour. Yeah, good catch. When I was a little kid, I remember this one time I had set my room up. I had my blankets, and like my mom didn't trip out, and I guess I can't imagine using a stapler, but I tacked blankets all my walls, my entire room, as high as I could reach. I tacked the blanket and connected it to every wall in my room, so my whole room became one huge tent. And if you want to come hang out in my room, you gotta like climb down under and like come hang out. Like I did that as a little kid before I was into Egyptian or this or that or understood anything. Like I just like doing that, right? So what you love to do, what you're into, shoot, it could be Yu-Gi-Oh, it could be fucking Care Bears, it could be Sailor Moon, it could be freaking SpongeBob. I don't care, bro. But whatever you're into, insist. But whatever you're into, Amazon.com. They got all types of tapestries. You could get all types of sizes. You could get big ones and little ones. The big ones, those are closer to like $80 to $100. The smaller ones, like yeah, of course, are gonna be cheaper the smaller you get. But like 80 to 100 bucks per like big one, like four primary ones, you got four walls. Get a fifth one, you got a ceiling. Now you in your own magical world. Boom. Save up a few bucks. Like telling you what, your environment gets to be your magical space. Nobody gets to judge that space. And if they dare try to throw their judge at it, the almighty mama papa up above gonna put things in their order because they had no right coming into your own private space and saying anything negative. That wasn't their right at all. And you didn't need to say nothing about it. You just, your space is your space. Blank walls, when I see just white walls, I think new life, new blank life. Nothing's been there. Nothing's been recorded. Nothing's been stamped on. There's nothing, no pictures, no memories, no excitement, nothing I want to stare at. Just plain new life that with a blank slate. If I had walls and no canvases, I'm gonna go buy some darn paint and I want to paint up my walls. I want to do some trees and clouds or something. I tell you what, I'll live in my own art space. Was it Picasso? No. Was it what I could do? Yup. Could I get better? You darn tootin' yourself, I could. And when you live and you're happy, when you like are in your energy in your space, then when you walk out into public, like that's always back there. Like you always got that to go right back to. Give your life some color. Give it some pizzazz. Give it some sparkle. Give it some life. And life comes with some bumps and bruises. It don't mean we gotta get all hurt and crazed and booty-eared on it. One of the hardest things you'll do in your life is how to respect somebody else's decision and just let them live their own life. That is not easy. Because most people, they want to help others. Most people that I know, they have a caring heart, some way, some form. They'd like the other person to get a little bit better. Whatever it is. And hey, even if you're doing good, better never hurt. Find something in your life to be stable with. And that stability is your heart. That's where you're going to find it. Because your heart is going to change interest. Like your mind is going to see things, you're going to gravitate towards different directions. And what I've learned in my journeys is that there are seasons that we are not aware of, seasons on the celestial side of things, spiritual side that changes in the moment. And the only way to really hear and know is to be able to listen. The only way to really listen is to stop judging. Because now you're paying attention. Judgment, it's a biased opinion. But calculation, see where your odds are. That's what I go with in life. If something got a 80% or more, I'm in it. If it's in the 70 percentile range, I better need some explanation on what's going on to evaluate whether I want to get involved in that. If it's got less than 70%, 69% or less, I'm not too much interested in that. Because I can already see where that's going. I can already see the framework's not in place, the blueprint, something's missing. Something at the bottom ain't put together. And if you ever seen one of those funny videos or I shouldn't call it a funny video. If you see one of those videos like a disaster video, you know, stage that ain't been put up correctly or built correctly collapses on itself, man, that'd be some problems right there, huh? And that's what happens for people is they build up a false framework about themselves. And the best way I can explain this and say it is don't be a poser. If it ain't you, don't do it. You know, you try to do something. Don't try. Just be you. Because you're good enough. You got some special ability, and the only way you're going to find and connect with that ability, which is going to become your purpose in life, is by being you. You can't find that by being somebody else. Somebody else is trying to figure out their purpose, and they got a lot of other people trying to figure that out. But their purpose is not your purpose. Everybody's purpose a little bit different. Maybe some people line up for a while, but I'm telling you, the spiritual journey, the journey of the soul, like reaching that that divine connection, it's beyond the dreams we could imagine for ourselves. And that means learning, learning from so many places and so many sources, being in many different situations, talking to different individuals, Not because we're trying to shove some message down their throat, but just because we just hanging out. That's where it counts. That's where it really counts. Well, whenever it's said, I have to share it. I got a jar of dirt, but it's in a cheese ball jar. Wah, 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 wah. Taco. Yeah, Carla, I do got that jar. What's up, Kirk B0076? Very awesome, doing pretty good. Awesome. Oh. My fashion, my particular is Egyptian. I really like the Egyptian. I really connect back with much more than just that. And the ancients, they knew a thing or two. And I have found that most people, they don't see them around. They don't see their ways in existence. But for the studying that I've done, and I know there's been others that have done this type of investigation and self soul reflection and discovery of their own lives, that many of those ancient ways of our ancestors, of our creators, are very much alive today in different facets. Things that we experience and we can't exactly explain them, and we're asking people or telling people about it, but nobody seems to have that answer of explanation of how that intuition really impacted that moment. That's why your belief is so powerful. Your belief in life. And for that life to exist in others, that life that is beyond the problems, beyond the differences, beyond the arguments. Thomas, this is my regular address. Like I change up the piece on the arm and whatnot, but generally some headpiece, whatnot, and change that up. But no, this is how I am. Every day that I go out or go somewhere, I might put a vest on or something to go into a store or shop or whatever. But yeah, this is me. I don't know how to act. I don't know how to act. I don't know how to be fake. It doesn't work for me. If I'm being fake, I'm stuttering and saying and what and guessing myself, and it's all choppy, and I don't know how to act. I don't know how to pretend. I know how to feel. I know how to embrace that moment, that energy. I know how to transmute it. I know how to do all that kind of stuff. And so I found in life, me is enough. I don't need to act. I don't need to put on a pretend show. This is who I am, and I'm dressed for the party. If it's going down, bro, just pick me up and I'm good to go. Let's have a good time. Like somebody said, what would your mama say? My mom's up in heaven, and she'd smack the shit out of you if she wasn't so loving to life. But she's proud as fuck out of me. Because I ain't following no man or woman's fucking deceit or what they want me to be for them. I ain't nobody's puppet or toy. You can fuck the man all you want to, but I'm gonna stand the fuck over here and enjoy my own little spot. Shit. People got so many problems, and I'm not. Shit. I'm just here to help the confused stay a little confused. They can't see people don't understand love, and only love can assemble an array of contradicting things and philosophies and gods and put them all together and see how it's beautiful. That's what I found in life. Changes everything like that. Hmm. I'll tell you on another aspect in life. that's really created me in this moment of who I am in life. My mom, she had one regret in life. Truly, she had one regret, and that regret was that I was not a child in my early years. I was making sure the door was locked, and I don't know, I don't remember it like that, but she saw it, you know. I was just doing the good things that I know to do. And so after she passed on and all that thinking I did and everything, well, my mom wanted me to be a kid. She wanted me to play. She wanted me to have fun. Because I'm not a bad kid. I'm not doing anything bad to hurt nobody around. Just having fun, just exploring life. And so I said, you know what? That's what I'm going to be for the rest of my life. I'm going to be a kid. So that my mom, she ain't got no regrets in heaven. She could go to heaven because she ain't got no weight on her heart. I fixed it. I'm a kid. And I have fun every day. And I cry and play. And I get bored and watch TV and go to sleep and get tired and hungry and do everything else that a person and a kid will want to do. But I'm responsible and I'm aware of what's going on, and I make sure and honor my ancestors, and I take care of the responsible things that I should in life. And I could give up less. Who cares what thing left up, down, right, left about me? I just looking for other friends in life. That's what I'm doing. My mom said go outside and make some friends. So I'm going outside and making some friends. In the neighborhood, I only talk to one or two people that come out their house maybe and say hi to me. Because they hear me. They hear my bells ring, come and dog. I don't walk no. I'm not quiet. I'm not quiet when I'm walking down anywhere. You won't freaking see me and hear me and know I'm coming. Kind of works as a double thing because, it's like, uh, I'm having fun. I'm having fun in life. And if other people are not having fun in life, that means they ain't done their shadow work. That means they ain't spiritually ascended. That means they have not worked to reconcile the wrong things that they themselves have done. They have not taken care of their own family responsibilities, and damn somebody not have any family even by blood or not. You got family out there in the spirit, and they'll reach out to you if you're calling out to them. And you're gonna have some values in that journey, and that journey, those values is gonna give you peace, and that peace is gonna let you be happy whenever you want to be happy. That's the reward of spirituality, to be in your own space of heaven without anybody being able to shatter anything in it. Truly storing up your treasures in heaven where no moth or rust can consume would be the equivalent of you sending energy and creating your room in heaven, your home in heaven. That's what you're creating. And last I checked, it's not the body that's gonna like, it's the soul, it's the spirit, and everything that I've read. Even ancient writings, they state that the soul, the heart, is in heaven. The flesh, the body, is here. And I'll tell you what, helping out an ancestor, fulfilling a wish for a grandmother, a mom, a dad, doing something for a relative in the living,
no matter how small or insignificant. That's pretty big. And even if you don't have those people in your life, I can easily look at somebody and consider them an uncle or a distant grandfather. I don't have to call them grandfather or uncle or see them. I don't need no, I'm not going to develop no weird attachment, nothing like that. But for the moment that I have to interact with them, I'm going to embrace that interaction. I'm going to help them out as I can. And that's really what divinity has shown me the most. As much as we go seeking that which is up above, they send us right back down saying, take care of that which is alive around you. Here, we'll send you some aid and some help. That's what we do. We answer prayers, we take care of problems. We're looking for people who can actually receive what we have to give them. And so, somebody who's really full of ill will, it's easy to see they have not been on a particular path of life. And how can one expect a flower to grow into a tree? For one to expect the flower to grow into a full fledged big ass tree, that's that one needed to do some rethinking, reevaluating. You want the big tree, then get the seed for the big tree. You want flowers, then keep planting flower seeds. But you can't expect the other thing to be something it's not. That's truly illogical. Uh, that's failure across the board. But to recognize somebody for their gifts and for their talents and see where they got some smooth stuff in life. Encourage that behavior. Encourage that. Help that shine. Help them bring out that aspect of themselves for as much as you can. Push too much, help too much. That can be a problem. Nobody likes somebody to walk into the room and grab, here, let me show you how to play the video game. You don't know how to play the video game. You do it like this. Jump over it like this. What? Nah, man. Don't do that. Other dude's playing the game. You want to give a tip, give a tip. Otherwise, the dude's playing. Let them play. Let them do how they want to do. Often in life, we're looking to be inspired. We need something to be inspired by to move forward with. So, how do you create inspiration where there is none incoming? Ooh, that's a good one. It's kind of like, how do you keep yourself entertained 24/7 with just your mind? As a kiddo, we were encouraged to use our imagination out. Oh my goodness. And before me, even much more so, and on and on and on and on. But the more we get different technologies in front of us, the less our imagination really kicks in because we have a visual stimuli. So I don't need the mental imagination of creating the image. I just have it right here on a screen or create this, whatever. And so learning how to create one's own inspiration can become one of your most advantageous assets and abilities that you acquire in life because you can create something in a moment when no one was expecting that. You're able to create your inspiration to put something on the table nobody was expecting. Truly, it's learning how to entertain yourself in a healthy manner in a various amount of ways, bringing in all of these elements. I don't care if it's a video game, a book, a TV, history, archaeology, I don't care what it is. Take in this information and let it formulate with everything else you know. Let it find a place in a residence. Find not how it clashes, but what it lives best next to. It's been a wonderful Saturday. I appreciate everybody that's been here. It is our usual time, 10 a.m. local. We will be here Eastern Standard Time, 5 a.m. tomorrow, and through 10 a.m. And every single day, who knows what we're gonna read or talk about or bring up. But we're always sensing the energy in the air. Much love, many blessings. Donna de Guay, and until we see you next time,